welcome to today's edition of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our ongoing effort to record everything we can from Mario Maker 1 before Wii U and 3DS online services completely terminate on the 8th of April of this year, 2024, which is in about 10 weeks' time, so not a lot of time remaining to get through whatever it is we want to see. Anyway, today we are going to look at levels by Kiavik, who typically complains whenever I play his levels that I am exceedingly slow, so we'll do his set of levels here over the course of the next couple of weeks, and we'll see if we have time for anyone else after that. And of course, I would very much like to say that Kiavik requires no introduction, but we're going to give him a very lengthy preamble anyway. So as the lead curator, organizer, creator, playtester extraordinaire of the Years of Mario Maker series that ran from 1 through 6 years of Mario Maker through Mario Maker 1 and 2, Kiavik is a rather enormously influential figure when it comes to having a particular vision of good level design that he kind of organized by way of creating this network of people who were very dedicated people in Mario Maker and course creators who kind of, were able to create this wide variety of levels that showed off the game at its best, but also within a fairly accessible framework. And so, he is of course known for a couple of specific levels in his own right that are very, very notable, and which we'll get to later in this series. I've played a good part of this set before, but as we've noted in the past, it seems that Maker 1 has not really accurately preserved our clear flags and stars from many, many years ago. And of course, we have recorded all of the Years of Mario Maker projects already, so we won't be repeating the levels that were created for the projects that Kiavik himself organized, 1, 2, and 3 years of Mario Maker, but we will be doing everything else, including levels that we played, in some cases, many times before. So, let's get going. Let's begin with Follow That Shell, which is kind of interesting for a Week 1 level in Mario Maker 1 just by the title, because Follow That Shell, for those who may remember, was also the title of the very last finale level in NSMBU. The base game, that is, not New Super Luigi U, but which I think ended with a squirrel level. But Follow That Shell was the last level of New Super Luigi U, where you just follow a shell, and we'll see if there's any similarity to that whatsoever with this very popular creation right out of the gate in Week 1 of the game. Let's take a look. Supernova, welcome. And let's take a look. Look at that. Well, I mean, this is Week 1, just playing with the palette and playing with the ability to spawn anything from blocks, but in a very safe environment, so. And we're not going to be able to pick these up, are we? Probably not. I would not think so. But occasionally we try anyway. I don't trust my Maker 1 game knowledge because there are so many physics differences, particularly when it comes to things like item pickups, that we have run into already in the course of playing a lot of puzzle levels, especially over the past month that we've been covering this game. And yes, you will of course require a mushroom to bust through this, and I'm sure we'll be able to get one up here. That was meant to be a spin jump. Something that we commented on before when it comes to Maker 1, that right from the start of Maker 1, I think culturally, even before checkpoints were introduced in the late October patch, it seems like makers were generally much more interested in lengthy, flowing, winding layouts, particularly layouts that were more in the Metroid style. Of course, here we see Piranha Plants shooting this way and that. Coins will not be safe. Are we getting a mushroom? Or, oh, we're getting this guy. I guess he's going to bust down all of this. And deflect. And deflect. Which is going to clear this out and not give me a mushroom. However, it is going to give me a 1-up, so we'll take it. Now, having cleared this down here... Supernova, some of these people had to have some level design experience prior to Maker 1. In many cases, no, actually. In many cases, they just played a lot of video games. They're just people who had a really good understanding of design principles from what they wanted to see. And, you know, not everybody who, of course, understood those principles as a player necessarily applied them well right away, but there's a lot of refinement and practice and playtesting that goes into that. Kiavik here, of course, actually did get a commercial level design gig after his work in Mario Maker. Made a couple of levels for a game on Apple Arcade called Super Leap Day, which actually kind of procedurally generates levels based on level fragments, and so he designed a great deal of the fragments that were in that. But yeah, by and large, you know, even though the Lunar Magic Super Mario World hack scene was definitely something that existed prior to Mario Maker. Whoops. I'm looking for something like a mushroom that will get me through the block that we saw earlier. Oh, whoops, hang on. My jumps have also generally been sluggish. Yeah, even though the ROM hack scene and Lunar Magic were something that had existed as a fairly small community prior to Mario Maker, it was actually Mario Maker 1 that made the Kaizo community especially kind of take shape and take off. Because, yeah, you know, the original Kaizo Mario Maker hack did exist, but the sort of vibrancy of the modern Kaizo scene that you see was something that happened when people like Barb and Panga and Pooh, who made their name in Mario Maker 1, kind of went over to Kaizo from there. And you're saying Kaizo... Yeah, you're saying Mario Maker taught you level design, and you're not sure how you could have learned what you have without it. Yeah, I mean, no matter what, whenever you're building something, like, you kind of have to build it to really understand what is or isn't going to work, and you have to see playtesting, too. And it was sort of interesting, because, you know, Twitch was maybe a few years old, like about 4 years old or so by the time Mario Maker came out. And so I remember, you know, when Mario Maker 1 launched, there definitely was video playtesting right from the beginning. Ah, here we go. Oh, except we despawned a shell. It's supposed to cut off here and reveal the mushroom down here. But that's okay, because we're not locked. We can go back to the pipe to get another shell and hopefully deflect it all the way down, which should happen because the big shells are never impeded by anything along the way. Or we can die and reset. Yeah, Mang, I don't think I've heard of this Kiavik guy either. I don't know if you would have had any interaction with them under any username. But yeah, I remember right from the beginning of Maker 1 Supernova that even though not a lot of people had capture cards back then, that there were definitely some Twitch channels doing live playtesting already. And that in some ways, you know, you kind of needed a lot of that to take shape. And a community that would playtest heavily in order to... Oh, yeah, no, we let this go off screen before I could go all the way. I totally didn't finish my last sentence about the kind of early playtesting community that emerged, but one thing I want to comment on here with respect to this level is that one thing that was very common in early Mario Maker was that nobody understood the spawning and despawn rules yet. Particularly, you know, this level is day 3 of the game. And definitely a lot of the rules about the spawning and despawn distances were not kind of thoroughly documented yet by any measure. Obviously, some people got into the game and started testing right away, from what I remember. But the technical knowledge in the community takes a little while to emerge, and so whenever you see a few things like locks or despawning issues or anything in early levels, that's largely what's going on. That none of that knowledge was systematized until somewhat later on. Whoops. Okay, let's... I mean, the level does say follow that shell, so, you know, we probably should take that seriously and follow that shell, which... Oh, no, we needed to deflect it. Oh, if it would kindly go back. I needed to stop it and probably kick it back. This is, of course, a very different Follow That Shell level than the NSMBU one that we mentioned just before we got into it. And anyway, let's go over here. Okay, let's deflect. See if... Yes, there we go, much better. And that should give me the mushroom that I needed for the other side. Yes, very much. So... Supernova. The voice actor who played God in that one movie with Jim Carrey. I'm just going to guess without exactly remembering that was Morgan Freeman, so Mang is exactly correct. That really was just God. Given that it's something that involves Jim Carrey, I'm sure Mang has some kind of Sonic the Hedgehog angle on it. But anyway, that's a GG. And yeah, definitely for a week 1 level in a very, very polished state. Because you kind of had to be there to see what utter chaos and madness Maker 1 was in his first week, especially because people kind of had to unlock the palette step by step unless they were really impatient and decided to rush their way through the Wii U's internal clock. And given a minimal set of elements here, I think it's entirely plausible that Kiavik was still kind of within the first few rows of the toolset, first few rows of the toolset rather, as he was building on day 3 or so. But yeah, simple concept, simple beginnings, but in a very polished state already, as we can tell. And yeah, the impressive thing is that you don't actually lock yourself despite the despawning issues. That's just because of the shell path. And the fact that it's not going to run into some additional deflection issues after having cleared the initial path is actually something that is repeatable if you go back to the shell location. Now, of course, the one thing is with the coins here, giving you the piranha paths, that's something that you kind of need to see in action. But let's take a look at pushing up thwomps, we should say, which is the second one here. And then let's head on up. Yeah, because a lot of the design language for platformers at the time... Well, let's get up here and spin. I feel like that's not intended, because we do need to survive the other thwomps later on. I was also in the middle of some thought just now, but that's okay, we'll finish it later. Yeah, a lot of what kind of reads as level design expertise isn't necessarily by doing, but from people who just have played a lot of platforms at this point and kind of understood general principles. And I know that even prior to the release of Maker 1, that in the Wii U era, especially with games like Super Mario 3D World and Tropical Freeze, where it seemed like certain principles of level design were very codified at that point. Whoops. Oh, right, it cut through. I totally forgot. We do need to get under that. That the understanding of platformer level design is something that should teach the player as you go was something already widely lauded as a central element of the Mario series in particular, right from 1-1 in SMM1. And of course, as we were saying in the previous stream when we were talking about Ren's levels, that, you know, until that point, I think it wasn't necessarily as much of a codified principle that levels have a very clear individual conceptual focus. Because apart from some earlier games like SMB3, that's something that isn't really that common a feature of platformers until later on. And indeed, there's a certain kind of cleanliness, and some might even say a bit of excessive cleanliness to say the NSMBU series, the NSMB series rather, that is in part a result of how very consistent the internal rules are when it comes to divisibility of secrets or the way that information is signaled. Where a bit of that kind of early experimental wildness of older platformers from the 90s, say, is not really quite there to the same extent, but in general, when you're seeing people kind of express level design expertise in Mario Maker, it is from a lot of experience as players, and from having had enough history with platforms at the point to really kind of see how this principle has developed over time. And document, welcome. And Supernova, you're saying, yo, Bruce Willis to document. I can already see. So you know how Bruce Willis has a particular kind of trademark expression in a lot of his roles, where he's kind of scowling at you from the side, like giving you a sidelong glance or side eye. I kind of remember that one anecdote about Terry Gilliam directing Bruce Willis in 12 Monkeys was that, like, you know, he basically has this hard-coded principle that Bruce Willis cannot make the Bruce Willis face. And, whoops. There we go. You feel like you should play all of Donkey's mint levels. Yeah, don't forget the chocolate levels and the vanilla levels while you're at it. Very important. Bruce Willis, yeah, that too. Okay. Down we go. And we just sustain ourselves over here and watch the burner timing carefully. So yeah, you kind of have to get ahead of the swamp in most segments. I mean, you can fall down and wall jump to safety if you miss it, but you have to survive with a helmet if you want to do it that way. So probably not advisable to do it that way. You should, in fact, rush within swamp range. And, oh, that's going to be a little rough here. But it does give you a little room to catch up, which is always nice when it comes to auto-scroll. I find that at kind of medium difficulties, one of the really effective principles of auto-scroll is just creating a bit of that push and pull tension and giving the player the opportunity to fall behind and catch up. It's not the case with harder levels where the margins are tighter and where you kind of have to hold right the whole way. But I think a lot of people who tried to build auto-scroll in Maker quickly found out that the thing you really don't want is a situation where the player is constantly outrunning and holding themselves against the screen boundary the whole time, or conversely, feeling like falling behind just kind of kills them 100% later in the level, right? There's a kind of push and pull pacing that I think is needed to make auto-scroll work, where, whoops. One of the things that you can do with that, with both horizontal and vertical scroll, is to just kind of have this zigzag structure. Whoop. And yeah, Supernova, there is no heartbreak button, unfortunately. Let's try to catch up here a little bit. Past hammers. I remember, so when Maker 2 was first announced, back in early 2019, I was actually watching a fair bit of Orator at the time, and I remembered the thing, you know how he's kind of deadpan all the time, but the thing that really kind of brought a smile to his face was seeing that there's a boo button in Maker 2. Like, he was just visibly elated that there was a boo button, and if you've seen his streams since, you know he uses it. Generously might not be the word, but, you know. But yeah, as you can tell by my typical operating hours, that definitely before I had a capture card and back when I was just watching a lot of Maker 1, in very late Maker 1, that Aura was definitely the guy who was still active at that point. And let's see. Okay, let's get over here. Yeah, I know, Kiavik, who even made this? Can you imagine the nerve of this guy? Oh, there we go. This one goes up. It doesn't punch through. Oh, there we go. Oh, not so much. I was thinking I could actually potentially survive if we damage boosted through the next one and then spin jumped on it because we're so close to the axe, but let's make a way through here. Get through hammer time over here, and oh, there we go. And we'll punch right through and down. Whoops. That was a reading chat death because Document said something about Miiverse and that got my attention. You can deactivate Miiverse connection in settings. Yeah. Very important to get rid of some of the comment spam that we see here. Yeah, Kiavik, when we were playing Fallout at Shell just now, one thing I was trying to determine here was whether you were actually sort of respecting the slow unlock of the original Mario Maker 1 palette, because it seems like you actually were. Which not a lot of people necessarily did if they were impatient to just rush through the toolset, right? But actually, you know, the interesting thing is that from playing a lot of people who would later be very well-established makers, a great number of them actually did try to build within constraints, sort of as Nintendo hoped they would, with any week 1 levels that might still survive online. So, yeah, because I was looking at this and thinking, oh, you actually are respecting constraints. And, whoops, come on. And yeah, in Mario, Miiverse died a couple of years ago. Actually, Miiverse died when Maker 1 was still fairly active, which was very unfortunate, especially because we played the revision of the Saku Museum level yesterday, which is just, you know, kind of a meta level that's full of references to other levels, and I get the sense that was originally built with comments everywhere to identify everything. I know that the last time I played it, like when I played the 1YMM edition of it, that we had a lot of knowledgeable Maker 1 players fill in some of the gaps here in the chat, but I definitely had trouble identifying some of the pieces when we played it yesterday, although we had very recently played some of them as well. Anyway, sorry, I'm just getting a little bit sloppy here. And Kiavik, I was saying something at the beginning of this set before you came in about how you always find my pace of play through your levels to be totally maddening, and so we'll hopefully finish your set sometime in the next couple of weeks, if you're able to join us for that long. Oh, no, thought I could make it there. Yeah, so Pretendo Document is an ongoing project to basically create a spoof server for a hacked Wii U to connect to instead of the Nintendo servers. So if you just install Homebrew on your Wii U, which I have not done, then every time it tries to seek a connection to the Nintendo server, it will seek a connection to the Pretendo server instead. And they already have a spoof Miiverse working on it. Like, they actually do have Miiverse features working. And they have also been a team that has been fairly active in updating people on the current state of the original Wii U and 3DS servers. So, like, they had done a lot of research into what was going on with the network errors in Maker 1 that were happening last month, which have apparently now been fixed. Whoops. But I believe it's something that you connect to via Homebrew, if I recall. But it's basically an alternate server, so you would have to upload from scratch, but Mario Maker, as I understand it, is a pretty high priority for something that they want to get working. I know a few years ago, I get the sense that there was someone who was trying to do like a massive data dump of archiving level data in Maker 1 in case it could be imported into something else someday. I don't know if that has any connection to the Pretendo project. I imagine it might not. Whoops. Really made it. Please don't play the musical level you made, the one with the Looney Tunes song. I don't think that's up to you. That's okay. We've embarrassed everybody at least a little bit at this point, and that's definitely not something that takes away from the quality of the work otherwise. Oh. No, not close enough to the goal to do this. You know what? Let's actually try to... No, never mind. If we had let the thwomp go on ahead, we actually would have been able to continue, I think. Because you can always wall jump off of the bottom. It's just that once you get to the firebar section later, then you're in big trouble, because there the thwomp does not actually... Oh, come on. Nope, not quite. Yeah, so Kiavik and Document, by the way, I've been asking around because I need people who know Maker 1 to tell me this. So I cleared all of Ren earlier this week except for one level. That was a one-screen puzzle that apparently seemed to require some kind of wall clip, and nobody could figure out how to do the wall clip. And it doesn't seem like it's open to any other kind of solution, but there have been a fair number of clears and stars on it, so it seems like it's something that people used to know. But it seemed like it was just a game knowledge problem on our end, where we just had no idea what to do with it. So I don't know if you have any insight into that whatsoever. Yeah, Ren slash Acousticake, who built music levels as well as a couple of one-screen puzzles. So he had a level that seemed to be a glitch one-screen puzzle, which had stayed up all these years. I should actually kind of concentrate on this level. We were making progress, and then we started talking. But yeah, there was what seemed like a required wall clip that we just knew nothing about. And definitely we've had a lot of kind of game knowledge blocks in Maker 1 over the course of playing it. Particularly because, you know, sometimes I do puzzles and then it takes me an hour of staring at it, and then I realize, oh, it's because it's a Maker 1 mechanic that isn't in Maker 2. Like throwing objects through one-way panels and things like that, so... You highly doubt a wall clip is needed. Yeah, I'll try to show you the clip or something later, because I was looking at it and I could not see what was going on with it, and The level was called Beetle in the Wall. And so it was implying something unusual. Good tip might be to jump up into the swamp to stall when needed. Yeah. I'm kind of playing it on autopilot right now, I must admit, and not giving it a best showcase simply because we are having such conversation, but we'll try to not make slow play a self-fulfilling prophecy here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, jumping up towards it is actually much better. Oh, that was bad. Bad idea. Yeah, we'll get there. And, you know, I always keep the VODs available, so hopefully I can get to the next level while you're able to watch live, but if not, see you in a couple hours when we're still grinding away at it. Yeah. Anyway, like what you were saying earlier about, you know, trying to jump up towards it. Oh, nope. This guy... Okay, fine. No, I was trying to jump off that. We missed. And of course, past this point, this next swamp is definitely a shell check. Yeah, I guess you do sustain it, then positioning does work a bit better. Woo, that hammer just slapped us in the face. Okay. There we go. And down. Oh, there we go. Much better. For now, let's wait for the next burner cycle before we make a mess of things. There we go. Oh, let's go, let's go. That works too. Sort of. That is not going to work. Definitely screwed. And yes, Donkeyman, that's very much the character of this retrospective. This actions have consequences, even if they were from the first week of the game in 2015. Whoops. And yeah, we got to the same point we did earlier, in that we had gotten close enough to see how close we were to the axe with the final columns there. It's funny because that previous run felt like it was a pretty good one too, for the most part. We got ourselves out of trouble in a couple of dicey locations. And oh, that's unfortunate. I thought it was far enough. 9 years ago, yeah. I mean, I assume a couple of things have changed in everybody's lives over that time, but I don't throw objects through one-way panels anymore, you know? It's a pretty big change in my lifestyle. Whoops. No, we're still good. We're still good. We're still good. There we go. We're not so good. Anyway. Down we go. And sniped again. I noticed that they had been taking down videos of custom wonder levels. No, I didn't know that, actually. I knew that there were custom wonder levels that were going around from hacks, but I didn't know that Nintendo had been unusually litigious about that, given that they don't tend to enforce a lot of hack content as much as they used to, I think. You know, with people who mod Smash and such. But I guess with Wonder being such a recent release that maybe they're being a little more vigilant about protecting the brand. That's okay, maybe Pal World will distract them enough to leave Mario Wonder alone for a while. Oh. Okay, now we go. Now we... Oh, come on. I feel like I missed a very clear opportunity there that we were supposed to take. No, I know Nintendo has a bit of a litigious history, but I think in recent years, a lot of mod content seems like it has not been pursued as aggressively. I definitely feel like it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. If I cling to the walls, the fire bars will never touch me. Good tip. Yeah, no, I know from the spacing there, but because we were dealing both columns at once there, I thought I had a much wider margin than I actually did. Okay, let's go. No. Yeah, there are still... I was just reminded, actually, since we're talking about Mario hacks, that I know that the people who made newer SMB wanted to do some kind of big anniversary refresh that they were posting development videos of a couple years ago and get that project updated, but I don't know if they ever actually stuck with it because I feel like I haven't heard about that in years. So I'm talking about newer SMB, which was a hack of NSMB Wii, I believe. That some of you have definitely heard of. Where, yeah, newer team was apparently doing something with it, like a deluxe edition or something that was rebranded several times over. And I have no idea if they just dropped the project or what, but it seems like it's been a while since I've heard it mentioned. But... Okay, hang on. We're kind of rushing through it. You're still doing it and you're still waiting for it. Okay, yeah. I didn't know if it was still a live project or anything, but we totally understand these things take time, so... whoops, come on. Let's not do that. We'll get through it. We just need to focus a little bit. That's okay, we can still make it. Okay. We've played this enough to know that some positions here are salvageable. Nope. Thought I could beat that burner, and that was a little too optimistic. And let's keep going. Oh, that's okay, well, let's go. And the burners are off, let's go. Yeah, after a while you just kind of need to develop a feel for when the timings are going to be safe, not that one. Oops, that was a bit of a slip. That's okay. We'll catch up. Like I said, I like it when auto-scrollers with this kind of zigzag format give me a chance to catch up and recover from mistakes. That was a bit of a slip. Let's keep going. Nope, I can tell that was going to be a hit. You would love to make your Maker 1 levels into... Yeah, exactly. We've definitely noticed that in playing most of the profiles we've been looking at, is that pretty much every second level that we play has something that conceptually just does not work into. A staggering number of things in Maker 1 that people couldn't have predicted would be removed or changed. Or removed or changed. Even simple things that, you know, definitely nobody ever really thought about as impermanent. Tiny little physics changes, or things like, you know, picking up objects from a spin, which is very critical for several levels, or one-way panel collisions all over the place. Certainly a couple of hitboxes that we've seen. The sinking in lava mechanic, which I think is much more intuitive than 1 than in 2, where objects still make contact before they're completely sunk. Pipe stacking, yeah, that's a very obvious thing. And, whoops, there we go. I mean, I'm not even sure what qualifies as the biggest problem when it comes to changes from Maker 1 to 2, because there are just so many. And depending on the style of level that you build, any one of them would have been a pretty critical one to preserve. And that's the main thing, is that, you know, I think people who are not really more than very casually knowledgeable of Maker 1 and 2, I don't think it's generally recognized just how much was lost between games. Because people would look at something obvious, like, say, the mystery mushroom costumes, and think that was maybe about it, but that kind of tells you they didn't really play these games, right? And that's one of the most unfortunate things about losing online services for this game, is that it's this entire game engine that is no longer open to sharing, unless people are just manually copying layouts or something cumbersome like that. Okay, let's go down. I've been rushing through it a bit, which is not good. Like, I should actually be thinking about this properly. And yeah, you know, the semi-solid stacking was one that we've been talking about quite a bit, in that the semi-solid logic just totally doesn't work. Like we've been saying every time we play Maker 1 for a good stretch, the kind of casual aesthetic base of Maker 1 was actually incredibly important. You know, people who just wanted to make bog standard traditional levels mechanically, but just wanted to make them look really pretty and thematic. Like, that is a hugely important audience that I think Nintendo really gutted in Maker 2. It's not a very technically spectacular kind of making, if you're talking about mechanics and making the moving parts click with each other in satisfying ways, but it is the kind of audience that you need to make the game feel alive, right? And still sort of widely interesting for people who are new to it. Whoops. Okay, let's see. No, at this point we can't really damage through it. Yeah, we'll try to take this out in the next half hour. But I don't think it's even a matter of consciously taking things out. I think they actually just, you know, due to technical differences between the Wii U and Switch, people don't realize in going from games, say, like Splatoon 1 to 2, for instance, how it was actually an engine that was rebuilt from scratch, rather than just something that just looks like an enhanced port, like it might look to the casual observer. And I think it was very much the case that due to software changes between the Wii U and the Switch from the programming side, that they actually just rebuilt the engine from scratch, and internally didn't think certain mechanical changes would matter, because it's not something they would necessarily have looked into closely as something that they cared about. So, you know, like the semi-solid change, for instance, I can totally see how that was not based on the result that you get, but rather based on just somebody thinking they were doing some clever internal memory optimization with the way that semi-solids are stored in the level data, right? It's very easy to think about how that might have happened in a way that had nothing to do with the levels that are actually produced using that technique. Yeah, you're thinking that potentially Wonder modding is sort of stepping on Nintendo's toes. Yeah, that's kind of in line with, you know, what happened to projects like another Metroid 2 remake, for instance, where Nintendo kind of had their own Metroid 2 going the whole time. I mean, they definitely would be paying more attention to certain things legally if it's likely to step on forthcoming projects. But like I've been saying, I mean, I don't know when there will be a Maker 3. I think there will be a Maker 3 at some point, simply because even as a series that has shown modest growth between games, Maker is clearly, you know, kind of a stable Nintendo series with a big core audience. And that if they do a Maker 3, from just a public-facing perspective, they know that Wonder representation in some form is an absolute must. That's the one thing that I'm actually most confident in for Maker 3, is that Wonder will be incorporated in some form, and I can't imagine they would launch the game without it. But yeah, we can't stall in that timing. We have to go down quickly, because the fire bars are just not going to be generous enough. We just need to get back there often enough to really work out that timing. Whoops. I've got to stop talking so much, maybe. But let's see. Okay. Yeah, but I do wonder, as I've said in the past, whenever Maker 3 comes out, you just know that there's going to be some kind of engine change that Nintendo didn't particularly even look at carefully or think about that is going to break some major tech that people depend on in Maker 2. You just know it's going to happen, and we don't know what that's going to be, but it will be something. Like, something in Maker 2 that is actually kind of hugely critical will probably not come back. And you kind of have to go in with that expectation that these things happen. If I take damage late enough, I could potentially get up above Junior and spin jump up, but you think you're expecting a Wonder Maker, no other styles? I don't know about that. I mean, some of Wonder's physics are pretty different. The spin jump was the most noticeable thing right out of the gate. That, you know, the spin jump height threw me off for the entire game. But of course, we just ended up not really using spin jump, and that was just the end result. But yeah, I mean, you know, the question is, like, you know, if you're doing Wonder, it doesn't really represent Wonder to just make it another visual mod on the NSMBU material, right? Like, there would be some expectation of badge powers or Wonder Flowers or something like that. Like, there's enough material that makes Wonder distinct mechanically that it wouldn't make much sense to have it overlap with all of the existing standard styles and just call it a day after swapping out a couple of enemies. Now, mind you, even if it was just Wonder and swapping out a couple of enemies, I think there's still a great deal of potential there just because of some of the mechanics that were very unique to the enemy set. No. Thought I got away with that one. But we'll see. I guess it very heavily depends on the next platform as well, and how much continuity there is with Switch when it comes to software architecture. Because sometimes there are some, you know, pretty deep hardware reasons for why there's a complete engine change between games, and if that isn't the case with a transition to the successor to the Switch, then we might be potentially in a much better position with continuity between Maker 2 and 3, in terms of, like, how things work in the back end. But I mean, a lot of that we can only speculate on, because I am not a technical expert in how this game is put together, and whoops. Come on. I was hoping the burners would just expire, but then I just mistimed that. Yeah, I could definitely see Wonder being a separate style. But actually, a lot of things I would have liked to see incorporated from Wonder could be done just with the enemy set into standard styles, for instance. But I think that's probably not what a lot of other players would be looking for. Because the things that really caught my attention with Wonder were things like the conductivity effect or the popcorn effect, and a lot of the enemy-to-enemy interactions, which I think were much more Maker-like than other Mario games in the past. But that's, you know, not something that is as visibly in the Wonder style as a lot of what other people would have in mind, I think. And so, whoa, I think we just have to go. Just go for it. And what? Big Bowser. Okay. I was thinking that we could outrun that, and that was actually an accidental spin at the end. I was trying to just drop off ahead of that thwomp where Big Bowser is sitting, and I think we're probably supposed to keep the helmet at that point, but that's okay. And welcome, Bonafide Pirate. Okay. Yeah, we really should be using the wall hug to get out of range of the fire bars a lot more than we've been doing. Because it's very easily visible that you can do that, but my reaction time is poor, so... Oh, nope. I knew that was going to be trouble. Triple stack Bowser at the end, yeah? Keep the thwomp bouncing on your head, yeah. Yeah, that was just a matter of, you know, reading that pretty much for the first time as we got to it successfully with the helmet. So we'll try to assess that properly. And actually watch the hammers from time to time. Okay, let's wait for this one. Okay, good. Actually, timed that one properly. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, nope, I thought I could get away with that, and we didn't. That looked really promising for a moment where I could just sneak under the fire bar with the wall jump. But no, I see what you mean with just bouncing the thwomp so we don't lose the floor there. I totally see what you mean. That was, of course, not how we were playing the similar breakable ground elsewhere in the level, and so it took me a moment to adapt, but I do absolutely see what we're doing to get around it. Actually, remembering to execute it will be a different question, but we'll get there. Yeah, a lot of problems here are salvageable. Basically. Oh, I thought I could beat it that time. Because relative to the auto-scroll, I felt like I really kind of needed that cycle, and so I had to just gun it, but I guess not. And yeah, as we slide down the wall, we should actually keep the sort of precision lineup of falling down from the right side wall. And that final... Well, not final, but, you know, third to last drop before we get into Junior's column. Anyway, we'll get there. And yeah, Kiavik, if you do have to go at some points, if I don't get through the profile today, likeliest continuation is going to be Saturday morning your time. I don't know if that's going to be something you can make, but just so you know, that's typically what the next stream will be. So... but we'll see. Oh, no. There we go. We'll try not to take too long with this one. It's just a lot of, you know, being cautious with the material that we do already know, and watching the hammers. Let's go around. And there we go, straight to the right. That works. I feel like we could get ahead by one burner cycle here, but we're not going to risk it. Oh, there we go. That was close. This is a little bit dicey here by letting it drop. But we can just wall jump it and go this way. Sneak down, and we don't care, we're getting the axe. And then this is where Dry Bowser comes back and gives us another column to work with. If this were a viewer level stream, this is where I would usually say thank you for your patience, and I was actually just about to say it and type in !win or something, but we're not doing that today. We're just pushing up thwomps. Anyway, I know the stars don't matter too much at this point, but actually it's interesting because there are few enough people who are playing Maker 1 by Maker rather than doing 100 Mario or doing Team 0%, that even just a dozen stars or so are enough to get you pretty high up on the weekly global chart. And so pretty much everybody that we have been playing, unless they only had 4 or 5 levels, I've been pushing way up the chart. And so yeah, we will stamp everything with a like. And like I said, some of the clears and some of the stars from years ago have not actually been accurately preserved, because there are levels I definitely know I played that are no longer marked as cleared for some reason on multiple profiles. This is still within week 1 and a bit. This was day 8 of the game. Mysterious Phantom Wall. Look at that house. What a lovely house. Dunkman, you don't need to redeem the Q-skip. You already have sub-privileges, and we will of course honor those as soon as we can. And, whoops. That was unceremonious. I can beat this in 15 minutes? Oh yeah, probably. We'll see you in about an hour. Anyway, arrow points up. We're obviously not going to respect that. We'll come up here instead. Probably because eventually you need to fly up there, so we'll need a propeller or something similar, or a clown car. Clown car seems likely, in fact. Whoops. I saw that coming, I just didn't read the colors. I knew there were boos coming, but I just kind of read the colors the wrong way. And Supernova, you want me to play a puzzle you made when you were 12? Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, you actually just stand on the floor. Then the boo blasters don't shoot you in the face. And we know that, like, they're tiled up, but let's do a little chase. And, okay. I typically never manage to execute something like that, even under normal circumstances, so that's okay. We proved something that we had to prove. P-switch would have dropped a column. Let's scout ahead first just to see what we're dealing with. I only just remembered too, I guess, Kiavik, that because this level is full of boos, it reminded me that the GDQ level that you made that was full of boos, Spooky Games Done Quick, never managed to stay on the live servers. So unfortunately, that's something that we will not be able to show off. But sure, let's take a look at this. Oh. This looks familiar. This wasn't the beginning, was it? Did we actually go back to the beginning? I totally lost track of where I was. After the P-switch eliminated some of those coins, I just totally lost track of my path. Right, because this was the initial up arrow. That's what happens when I'm not paying attention. Whoops. Sure, let's go up. And yeah, I do remember that GDQ level pretty vividly, and as a viewer, definitely regretted that I didn't get a chance to play it, but... Oops. Anyway, P-switch. Blaster Golem is going to drop. I wonder if it actually drops low enough to have shot anything up here. No, I don't think so. Let's just push through for the moment. So yeah, this just gets you back to the original location. In doing so, I'm guessing that we needed to get something from that blaster column. Oh wait, no, it went back up because of maker spawning rules. Let's go back and see. No, there's nothing open here. Okay. Oh. Let's look around and make sure I know what is P-switchable. One thing I didn't check, in fact, was whether anything was affected by the P-switch on the exterior of the mansion, which... if we have enough time on the switch, we should maybe try that? Let's take a look. Let's take a look around here first, though, just to see if there's anything else that was going on. Yeah, there was all this over here. I feel like there had to be... I feel like the solution is going to be a clown car somewhere, but... maybe what we do... hang on. Is unblock and come back and see if... oh, I see coins up top in this area too. I mean, week 1, I don't know if spawn blocking was much of a thing at that point. But there was a door over here. Telling me to use my noggin. Well, you know, after all the POW bumping that we did with our head when playing Pink Birdo's levels, I don't think we have much of a noggin left. So, coins up there, and yeah, not much else to interact with here. Let's just go back in and take a... whoops. Okay, no checkpoint yet at this point, so let's just start over. At this point in Maker 1, rather. Oh. Yeah, no, I didn't think it was invisible blocks or anything. I was just checking for potentially spawn blocks, but again, this was week 1. I don't think a lot of that tech was really even that widely researched then. So it's probably just something simple I'm missing. Yeah, you see all the clown cars over here. Let's loop back around. I'm just looking around carefully to see... see, there was that one spot that was under the blasters. That's like right here. Drop things down. And of course, once the P-switch expires, the blaster column would just be eliminated, right? Like once the P-switch expires, these turn back into coins, or rather, these turn back into blocks. The blaster gets eliminated. But then how would you get through that? Oh, also, yeah, this guy, this Boo is down here. We should just lead him over. That's probably the point here, actually. It's just so we escort him. Or not. Hang on. I think we escort him somewhere to get him to play nicely with us. We actually just need to kill him here. We need to get the Boo under that column, and we need to drop the blaster on top of him. If we would get him over. Nope, too soon. Yeah, no, I want to drop the blaster on top of him. That's what it is. We're going to try it until it gets results. because that seems to me to be the likeliest thing. And, oh, let's actually... You know what? We can just freeze the Boo in place by looking at it. It's like we don't know how to play Mario or something. There we go. And then we wall jump up this way. This will be very satisfying, yeah. But yeah. This is very early on for playing with blasters and clown cars. You know, within week 1 or so, kind of understanding the blaster and clown car collision already, that's really quite nice. I'm hoping to get into that car. No, I was trying to go around it. Yeah, it took me a while to just notice that Boo and the clown car down below because we were rushing through that so quickly, but... I was hoping to do this thing here where I jumped in a clown car and dispersed the Boo ring, but we were not really in a good position to do that, so... I don't know how viable that is with the spacing that we have up above. Is Blue People's Mind back in? Yeah, that's the thing. I think that's true of several of your levels that I've played, in fact. That I definitely had that experience with House of Oob or OOB in Maker 2, where, you know, now that everybody kind of understands camera mechanics and scroll stop mechanics and Maker 2 much better, I think somebody playing it in 2024 would not necessarily know just what a huge splash it made at the time that it released in Maker 2, and definitely I think that's the case for something here. Like that it's kind of astonishing that I'm seeing this in a week 2 level in the game, because it feels like something that came much, much later. But of course, Maker 1, from what we played, developed really quickly over the course of the first year, and it was just a matter of people kind of eventually getting to this state where they would be actually communicating with each other and sharing knowledge. But yeah, given all the collision changes in Maker 2, I'm glad that blasters in clown cars winding up in their own layer was something that was in fact kept. Anyway, I guess it's a chase sequence. Maybe we shouldn't try to hijack the car. Right arrow though? Oh, there we go. That's what happens when the Boos are in broad daylight. You just don't take them seriously enough. Anyway, let's try to get the clear here before you have to run off. Like I was saying. But yeah, despite how long I was taking on this one, the interaction is actually pretty clear in terms of being, you know, the only real thing to try. It's just that I think a lot of people trying that at that point wouldn't necessarily... Oh, good star. No invisible blocks. What is this? What a scam. What a scam. Okay. Oh, okay, there's a door here. Okay, I was hoping that we could actually just fly out of here, but let's... I guess not. Oh, that's too bad. Okay. Now I'm trying to see, you know, if we get this star far enough, what else we could do with it, but not much, really, because no clown cars are otherwise accessible. Whoops, no, let's redo this. That was an accidental step. Anyway, let's go back here. Okay. Freeze. And drop. There we go. But yeah, definitely a lot of people thinking of trying this interaction for the first time, you know, they would really have no idea what was about to happen. And certainly I didn't know about this kind of thing until very, very late in Maker 1. But... oh, okay, so you do in fact have to hijack, potentially. Unless you just triple jump out of there and twirl all the way. No, I don't think so. I think we just maybe need to hijack the car. I think we need to hijack the car. I don't think the alternatives are necessarily going to be great. Let's do this. Okay. Then anyway, we found a dev star. There's just the rest of the level to go through now. Free checkpoint Mario Maker, yeah, very much so. Like I've been saying, it's really interesting how free checkpoint Mario Maker, before we even knew we were getting checkpoints, nevertheless had a community that was so interested in building zigzaggy exploration levels. I was trying to sneak in that corner there to grab it. Because it seems like in the early weeks of Maker 1, from what I remember, presuming that you weren't just scanning the top lists or 100 Mario Challenge for, you know, the glut of auto levels, music levels, and Mario Kart. Attempts to try to cram the Metroid format into the Mario power-up progression at varying levels of success were actually incredibly popular from what I remember. That, like, a lot of people wanted to see if they could do lock and key structures on a large scale. And of course, with the power-up structure in Super Mario, that's something that comes with quite a few challenges on its own. But I definitely remember people trying to build like passcode systems and such to create partial saves, because they really wanted to go large. They really wanted to use the full 500-second timer, but at the same time, no checkpoints. And that's something I do remember very vividly about the early weeks. I actually just looked up today. I knew that it was in October 2015 that the checkpoint patch came in, but I couldn't remember how far off it was. And it was actually late October, like 27th or something of that year. And I'm still trying to sneak in this boomerang to grab the car. Maybe I should just take a huge jump across and twirl my way over and hopefully land on something. But you know I'm going to try to hijack the car just to mess around with this a bit and see what is possible. Grab a couple of 1-ups for 100 Mario along the way. Yeah. Oh, whoops, no P-switch yet. Let's give it some space. That's probably too much space. Let's move it back. There we go. And let's continue. Okay, are we going to try to sneak it again? I think we will. I mean, we could always just try to do a huge jump to the other side, but no, we're going to spread them. And now we can just fly on through. This was, of course, before fire cars were a thing. Long before. But that's a clear. Thank you for the GGs, and let's see what is next. Yeah, very well liked level at the time, obviously. And break the unbreakable. People didn't know about hijacking a car from booze either. Yeah, that's something that I think, you know, if you hadn't seen it by experimenting with the editor yourself and seeing, oh, what happens if you put the boo ring in a clown car, it would have taken people quite a while to see that organically. Definitely, I didn't see that in September 2015. It took me a while to encounter that for the first time as well. So, but then that's because I didn't play this level in week 1. Played a version with checkpoints? Nah, we're clearing everything. I kind of assumed, actually, looking at the level list, that this was the case, that we... I saw the upload date on this, I saw that it was mostly identical. And that I assumed that this was almost certainly just a re-upload with checkpoints, but the clear rates are not actually that far off from each other. We're going in order. Unless we really have problems with it. But we will appreciate this version first, and then we will play the Redux version that has the extra 40 minutes in the French plantation. And we'll be able to compare the cuts after that. Anyway, let's head up here. Bust this guy. Now, the thing is, I actually do appreciate long levels and long experiences, but like I have controversial views about checkpoints, and that's something that has come up in a lot of conversation in the past. But I don't mind trying to push through a larger scale experience. Anyway, here's some propeller for you. And of course, this being the propeller, it's not going to be very friendly for getting into a wall jump afterwards, but I guess we're supposed to float down with this one, or just... yeah, we're gonna float down with it. No we're not. We're just going to lose it. Try to go back and get it? No, we're continuing. Document, I'm thinking of Apocalypse Now. The Redux cut in 2003, I believe. It was significantly longer, but structurally you could see that what it was going for was kind of like this trip back in time through Vietnamese history. And, you know, on one hand you can see why the sequence was cut from the original theatrical version of the film. And in fact, I believe there was kind of like a third cut of Apocalypse Now that was released much later as well that... I'm trying to remember which ending is which, because like the endings change between the cuts, but then in the later cut they kind of largely revert back to the original edit. Because the thing about Apocalypse Now Redux was that it wasn't just additional footage that was added to the film, it was actually like a total recutting of it from the footage that was shot, as far as I recall. But it's been so long since I last saw the long cut that I don't quite remember. This has hidden checkpoints, yeah, we'll look for that. Assuming we don't just time out. Oh, like knowledge checkpoints where you see a hidden path and have it revealed to you. Whoops, nope, hang on. And yeah, let's pay attention to these additional propellers here as well. I didn't notice this top pipe last time I was here, because we didn't need it. Where did I even get that star the first time? We got a star. Oh well. Whoops. There we go, much better. Then up we go. Yeah, that was not a good idea, but that's okay. We'll punch it. And what do we get here? Oh, Shaman, great. Don't know if a propeller helps at this point in any fashion, but we'll over here. Yeah, so there's the pipe over there. Let's check both spots. Oh, okay, that's just for the propeller, so that solves the propeller issue. So damage boost here is okay then, if you came and hit this segment with the propeller intact. And once we've learned this, we'll probably grab to clear the checkpoint version too, even if it's not substantially different. Okay. Oh, this goes back and forth on the track. Of course it does, because we should actually look at it properly. There we go. And then we don't want to get smushed. I was concerned about that because, of course, you can't really sustain yourself with a wall jump or anything with the propeller at that point. So I kind of suspected my timing would not be great there, but I'll deal with it. Also, yeah, because if you look at this, it looks like there actually is potentially on the top of this part of the layout maybe some kind of, you know, knowledge-based shortcut that would become available. I can see that might be a spot worth checking eventually, but I'm not going to try to cheese it or anything now. Anyway. And nice little warning here that there's going to be wrenches afoot. Nope, wrong spot. I was trying to drop in here and that was not the most effective. This bit with the propeller mushroom kind of floating directly to the tile that you need oddly reminds me of the propeller that was in one of the more recent Kiavik levels in Maker 2. I think I'm thinking of the one that was built for GDQ last year, actually. That was mostly a squirrel level. But I'm thinking about this to make sure I'm not like confusing two separate levels as one. But I remember there was a neat little bit of lock protection in that one that involved having a propeller float into exactly the right place. Anyway. Yeah, like we discovered, we can just boost through this and get a new propeller quickly. That's probably a more effective way to do it. It's kind of a hard lesson that people learn about Mario Maker at any stage. Of course, sometimes, you know, you have damage boost as an intentional option for people who have kept power-ups up to a certain point, but that if the damage boost is the path of least resistance, people will just do it. And do it every single time, no matter what the apparent intention is. I feel like we've all had that come out in playtesting at some point. I was trying to ground pound out of that, and then we were just too slow on it. Okay. Let's do it like this. And like this. Whoops, nope. I'm going to miss every single one of those, but that's okay. We'll just hop through here. And grab the propeller. And proceed. And yeah, so if you lose the propeller here on the top area, once you get rid of the wrenches, you can always go back for another one. Oops. Same spot. Let's wait. I have to let floating power-ups go way out of range, of course, as usual. And we'll just push through here at some point. Whoops, no. That's okay. Grab another one over here, and Yeah, probably... Oh, no. That's okay. Let's punch everything first, and then we'll worry about it later. Go back for the propeller so we can just take it over and... And float gently down. But float gently down. That's okay, we'll grab this one. We won't grab this one. Huh. I thought that was all within range. That's odd. Okay. Oh, right. I guess it was gone by that point. Yeah. Let's grab another one. Hang on. Let's just let one spawn for a while. But I guess grabbing it on the right side column is too late. Let's get within range of the pipe too. Rather important. And do this properly. Great. And we'll just lose it immediately instead of trying to stand on a coin. Nope. Okay, no, that's not good. Oops. Okay, let's not die to this bit here. I feel like we're going to have time problems at this point, but we'll try to explore as much of the level as we can and just improve on further attempts. That's okay. As long as we only get hit once. I feel like it's a little bit tricky to... Whoops. Uh-oh. That's okay. We'll just take damage on the side and just grab another one. And grab the propeller from here. Now... all these chumps here with this extra space on the entity limit. Okay, now let's go like this, and this time we'll have a much more comfortable column to deal with. And here we just need to find the right pattern here. That's a lot of smushing that could go on. Hopefully we can take that last column out quickly. It seems like this is not going to be a very good opportunity to do it. Well, we'll just wait for a better cycle. I don't know if we'll get much of a better chance. After this third one here, I think is our clearest opportunity. And we basically have to punch out of here quickly. There we go. No, there we don't. And then we just punch each of these as we go to create a safety position. Okay. And we are through. About 223 remaining. Okay. That's a lot to work with. That's okay, we've got helmets. We feel totally safe. We do need to deal with these power-ups here. Oh, hang on. I feel like it's going to be bones and just taking out the whole stack. There we go. Except it would be nice if Yoshi would come back. And we have a little bit of that stack at the end to deal with, and that's okay. We can do that with more bones. And, oh, there we go. Checkpoint Kiavik. Yeah. I know, it's, like we're waiting for Nintendo to save us with this. Whoops. That's okay, it's actually better to go back. Because we know power-ups are available the whole way. But we're not doing this without Yoshi here. 160 seconds remaining, though. I am definitely keeping an eye on a clock here, just because I feel like that's likely to be a hindrance. Oh, no, come on. Early encounters with these spike corners. And what am I even carrying? Oh yeah, bones, okay. Propeller, please. There we go. Okay, let's just be a little careful as we round these corners. And then, oh, not get hammered too badly here. There we go. We'll just take that. And... oh, I feel like this is going to be a pretty big issue. Yeah, it's going to be an issue because we need a spiny helmet for sure. Oh, no, this is going to be a problem. Oh, we're going to die here. We're just going to die. Okay, that's fine. Time was going to be an issue at that point anyway, 100 seconds. So we did a lot of things really slowly that time. We can make it. Oh. Totally forgot that guy existed in room 1 here. Also, just taking a look around. I like how well placed that is for the hit on the spike top to give you the mushroom right away. And yeah, sure. And we'll just try to not be too inefficient in this room. This room was kind of a major obstacle earlier. When it comes to time, just went way too much back and forth. Time is going to matter with a level of this length. Then, again here, I guess we'll just do the float, and then that's going to be... oh, I was about to say cleaner than usual, and then we were totally off target with the propeller there at the end, so let's just get another one again. That looks so clean, and we were just slightly offset with the propeller, and that happened, so... that's alright. Whoa, nope, that's not so alright. Let's be careful. Yeah, as you can see with the propeller going up at the end... actually, you know what, we just race it to the door, perhaps. It's just that I'd rather not deal with this descent without having a little bit of damage protection. Because we just know how that would go otherwise, so... and yeah, again, we'll wait on the first thwomp. It's okay to take damage on the second one, I guess. Yeah, we don't want to, of course, end up above that thwomp because that would get to issues, but we'll do this and this. And open up the propeller once again. Come on. Okay, up we go. And we're going to wait a little bit. Make sure we don't get smushed. That was a little too close, in fact. Yeah, if you go right away here, that's actually a little more efficient. Then you just wait for number 3 here to get out of the way to give us the largest possible margin, and we know a single spin that is accurate here will get me far enough. Not something I would have known for sure unless we were kind of counting tiles and understanding that we were already on the second half of the screen, but good enough. Alright, just need to be fairly cautious there, and then we are here at about 100 seconds earlier than we were before, so it's a sign of improvement. Oh, that's okay. Let's just hit everything we can. Shotgun blast. And not lose Yoshi too much along the way. Not lose Yoshi too much along the way. That's okay. Just need to come back down here every time for the replenishment. Yeah, later on, of course, we kind of had to deal with Maker 1 camera when it comes to some of these, but I'm trying to get that with the diagonal shot on the bones. Come on. So we can snipe them from below. Seems to be maybe a far better way of doing it, but we'll make way up, and yeah, we actually do want to shoot them from below in general. That's something we had considered before, but didn't really take seriously enough as an option, that we should actually clear some space. Make life easier. Make life easier, if you please. Oh, that's interesting. This little spawning location there, losing the muncher. Oh. Nope, hang on. I guess there are some safety points for Yoshi along the way. Oh, I'm just going to miss these guys. Every time, whatever, we'll just nab them. And lose the helmet, okay. Can't remember if there was a helmet soon. We're not going to check, we're just going to get the one that we know about. Almost think it would be more effective to just pick up a helmet rather than pick up the bones, but just to have that as a replenishment. Is this guy going to be a problem? Oh, yeah, we'll just duck into these. That's much better. Much, much better, in fact. So even while on board Yoshi, the hitbox is much more generous. 180 going through this door. Oh, something ominous is coming. No, hang on. Let's understand how to bounce around with Yoshi in this segment here. The helmet protection is quite nice. I said that helmet protection is quite nice. That's right. Let's grab everything once again. Again, time is probably the main thing we're concerned about here. Was this a propeller? No, it wasn't. Then how come we're not getting... There we go. Lost a bone, so that's okay. Nope. Well, we've got 120 or so to work out the rest of this. Nope. What happens if we just try to go propeller up here and go up and lose everything? Let's just do that instead. Like I said, damage boost, path of least resistance. The problem is that we have none of the requisite power-ups we need. All of this. And here's the thing. Given the pipe connections, do we reset through the platforming segment, or do we not? We don't. So, no pipe stacking shenanigans here yet. However, we can probably get a decent shot with the bones here. Come on. Okay, there we go. Unstack. And then... Oh, that's okay. We'll get him. It would be nice if we could keep Yoshi out of that too, but... It's alright if that's not absolutely required. Now, of course, this was back in the days when we were long before such a thing as key doors existed in the game, and so bosses would usually just try to obstruct you because you couldn't actually have any boss fight locked by a hard requirement to kill the boss. You could have the fight locked behind a hard requirement to watch for burners before you try to bust through them like that. But that looks like we're pretty close to the end and that we can make it there with some time to spare if we just don't fly like that. So I think we'll get to clear on this soon enough. Famous last words. Of course, now comes a point when I'm likely to die a lot to just impatiently trying to rush back to where we succeeded, but now we do know that the Yoshi jump segment, so long as we, you know, have that extra bit of damage buffer to continue navigating with the propeller, you can actually take quite a bit of damage in the Yoshi grinder sequence and get to the boss fight and just replenish everything safely. So now that we know just push through it without forcing ourselves to reset very much. And we'll go through that as soon as we can. There we go. Oh, no. And yeah, we'll likely be seeing more of this again later, by the way, if the checkpoint version is pretty close to what we see here. But, you know, if we beat this one, then barring any major design changes, it will hopefully go smoothly, since the knowledge element of this level is mostly out of the way. So you might see this level twice today, effectively, but we have seen a couple of instances of that happening with some of the other makers we played as well, so where we see revisions that leave the original level intact. And I'm glad this one was left intact, that it wasn't nuked or something just to make way for the checkpoint version. So we could see it in its purest form against the advice of the creator. Yeah. Good. Then we just rush this one immediately, if we can. And we'll wait for the third one here. Oh, that's a problem. Missing slightly there on what should have been fairly easy. And let's go over here. Okay, we've got very little to work with, but we know the propeller is available quickly, so no problem. Oh. Well, that was a bit of a ninja dodge there, but we'll take it. Look at that. That's the cleanest we've played this at any point. I'm going to get through here at about 440. Lots of room for error, of course, even past this point. I actually wonder if there's any advantage to taking an extra shell with me. I don't know. Well, no, because we'll wall jumping all over the place, so can't really do anything with it. Okay, there we go. Wait a while for this one and just hopefully not get smushed on its way back. Oops. And we'll wait. Yeah, definitely some parts of the pattern are not as cooperative here, but it's a sequence of 3, we just need to kind of wait for them to move in the same direction. Everything it does give me ample space as long as we don't just straight up miss like we did last time. And then, oh. That was a little close. 363 through here, that's even better than before. Well, apart from some of the long run back from time to time, I actually think it's pretty reasonable. I mean, obviously you have Maker 1 camera issues from time to time. Definitely some timing cycles that I think are going to involve a little more waiting than what people are used to with the pace of Maker now, but for the time that this was released, you know, before the first checkpoint patch, I think it's very, very reasonable. No, I didn't find a checkpoint. We got as far as the clown car over the junior fight, and we did it with time to spare, and I actually just died to the clown car fight because we didn't watch a burner timing at the end. Anyway, I know the design intention here was probably just to get the diagonal shot down with the dry bones. We've hardly been able to do that successfully. Again, Maker 1 camera with the vertical scroll happening so late is just going to be part of the hindrance here, and that's been the case throughout our experience with Maker 1, so at this point we kind of know to expect it. Yeah, so there actually are some things that happen with the munchers despawning from time to time too that I have seen. I think it's probably when the dry bones are positioned and maybe obstructing a muncher spawn or something. But yeah, we actually have been despawning some munchers, and even after all this time, I'm not exactly diagnosing what's going on there, but... Oops, nope. But it works for me if Yoshi gets a landing spot. There we go. Look at that shot. That was very satisfying. A taste of his own medicine. Turns out it tastes like hammers. I was very satisfied with that hammer shot, actually. I didn't expect to actually hit him with that. So yeah, definitely there's things here that are vulnerable to damage boosts, like this sequence here, as we'll see shortly, but... Again, I think that's something that people needed to see revealed through playtesting early on in Maker 1, that if a damage boost is there, people will take it. And kind of needed makers to see that happen and take it seriously. Come on. There we go. Yeah, possibly I didn't notice. I mean, we found this little segment here. Oh, maybe I didn't check the pipe on the other side. Because we just went directly back over here. I actually never checked this pipe to see if it was a pipe stack or something else. Yeah, so we found this. I kind of don't want to dive there until we know what's going on. But we can always get Yoshi back, right? So, yeah, there's a down arrow there. Well, we found something, but I kind of want to make sure that's recoverable. Yeah, we can always jump up Yoshi and go propeller out of that, so hopefully this doesn't lose all progress. I mean, this gets you back to the beginning, but then how would you get up here? I don't know. Or maybe we just take Yoshi and... Yeah, we just take everything back up front, right? Once you get it. We just take everything back up front. I was trying to think back to like how reversible the early part of the level is. And, oh, let's grab a dry bones. Yeah, it's a good mechanism for doing that. Much more elegant than some of the passcode stuff that people were trying, even if it's less spectacular. Let's grab Yoshi again before we go for the car. As we were saying earlier, you know, it's not until early 2016 that we even get key doors of any sort, so you pretty much are never actually required to kill bosses, and boss gating had to be very creative in these early days just to avoid issues. Yeah, this was supposed to require Yoshi. We don't care. Or do we? Yes, we do, because Yoshi's required for this gate. Okay, I didn't realize.
Oh no!
Yeah, I was looking at the height there, and I was thinking, do we actually need to go as far as Yoshi? No, we don't. We're fine because the propeller sequence here can get you back as well. Because Yoshi comes pretty late, so at that point it's not worthwhile. Oddly enough, that reminds me of the reversal that happens in the on-off blasters and lava level. That's made for YMM. Hey, look at that Dev Star. And that'll get us back. And even if we did the forward path, you know, we could have used that previously, but that's okay. We'll take the propeller path back. Oh, of course you have to deal with the Maker 1 camera. And come out here and just watch which column you're in. And yeah, that gives you just enough height. The kind of thing we would have known if we had bothered to cheat and look at the Maker view. Okay, you know what, let's just jump off and get a little bit of protection here. Yes, we do need Yoshi, so let's take him. And we do need to deal with some Bowser fire down here. Whoop, here we go. So yeah, let's not go too low. Whoops. I was thinking I had enough time on the clown car, but then of course the airship camera bob totally threw me out there because I thought I had an extra tile from what I had. We were actually much too low. Anyway, let's go back. I mean, we'll be doing that bit again when we also get to clear on the checkpointed version, I'm sure. Okay. Sure, that's fine. And did I totally forget about the... Yeah. I totally forgot already, so... Back we go. Whoops. Anyway, sound effects there, just reminding you this is the baby checkpoint. For all of you Mario Paint babies. Oops. Just trying to hit the chomp there, but that's okay. We'll do it this way instead. And just pop this guy quickly. Grab Yoshi. And go. On this patch, anyway, no ambiguity about whether you need to kill the boss. The answer is just no, usually. Oh, burners. Totally didn't watch them again. Anyway, this is the world's most obvious Yoshi check, so of course drop Yoshi into the abyss, which is him serving his official purpose. Well, nope. I knew that was coming, and I just went for it anyway. Very careless. That's okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm sure you timed us to, you know, be playable without the checkpoint in mind, but I'm sure it would have been a pretty close shave on the clock because it is a little longer than I thought. Looking at the seemingly final sequence, but we'll never know. Anyway, let's grab this. And back. Okay, let's not get squished this time. Or get hit by the burners, which was a thing I totally forgot about, even though we managed to avoid it. Snipe him out like this, and then... Oh, totally didn't manage to get him, did I? I actually can't see... No, Clown Car's singing, because he's just following me. I think we just have Yoshi here to keep us company the whole time. There we go. Let's just get him out of the way. Like a sensible person. Oh. Did I get hit by anything up there? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, I thought that was the animation of the fire deflecting off the Shaman, but I wasn't totally positive. So we should have listened to the sound cue. Whoa. There we go. Whoa, no. Why did I think I had enough room there?
Oh no!
That was a mistake. I was still thinking about that in terms of these small cannons later. Just noticed a moment too late what I was doing. It's like, sure, we'll duck under that and the shellmet will just deflect absolutely everything, because the cannon just slaps you in the back. No. Mushroom, please. Mushroom, please. That was a thing that happened. Okay, let's give it another go. That's a bad idea. Just another moment born of impatience, but I thought, okay, great, we'll just take a couple of invincibility frames there and let the spike top pass and everything will be dandy. As it turns out, not everything. Okay, let's actually hit things on target this time, that might be helpful. And we know about a star over here, which we'll of course take on the reverse path. Death Star. There we go. Much simpler to go back there with a fully armed and operational Dev Star. And, oh, keep thinking I'll get the chomp there. That's not going to be the case, but yeah, let's just break everything. There we go. Oh, I keep thinking I'll get him. No, we lost a helmet now. That's going to be something that sinks this attempt. We'll have to go back. That's okay. Next time... Oh, back through the door. The hard blocks will be open in advance. We'll have to repeat everything else, though. So everything does require power-up preservation from this point. We should have actually maybe simplified this a little bit first. No. Yeah, we do need a helmet, so... It's actually better, I think, if Yoshi just takes the second helmet as a backup. Going into this room. In fact, that's a much better idea. We might lose it if we use it to hit something, but... unless we have a backup. Oh. Nope. There we go. And we'll just fly it. Now let's watch the burner. Once again, that's one thing that can be a little bit rough over here as we send in this location and just outrun it. Nope, I was hoping to jump on top of that. And we just missed, because I realized I was going to be down by one bounce here, and I thought, okay, that's great, we'll just hit the next red cannonball and we'll be fine. We'll just jump out of there and salvage it. Not so much. No, mushroom, please. And of course, we've sent everybody down here at this point. So let's proceed. And double back as soon as we can. Oh, we've got a star. What am I doing? Let's just go. Anyway, let's head on over here and redo it. We previously did the fight pretty cleanly without taking damage. But yeah, actually, I totally forgot what I said earlier about grabbing the spare shell. That's okay, that wasn't the issue last time anyway, so. Although it would have been nice to have the backup. Let's just do it, since it's required anyway. Grab the spare, and continue. And yeah, that's why we grabbed the spare. Except we lost the propeller, so never mind. Let's do that again as well. Maybe rushing through it a bit too eagerly at this point, given how cleanly it went earlier. You know, you just go up, you shoot Junior, you get up on a clown car. It's simple. We shouldn't make such a wash of it. Yeah, so that's the problem there, is that... Okay, no, that's fine. At this point, as long as we keep all the other powers, maybe... Never mind. Yeah, because the clown car is pretty far off camera at that point, and I'm jumping towards it much too early when I should actually wait for the target to be on screen. I keep thinking that it'll get enough height to just bounce on top of the clown car blindly, but that has not worked out so far. Oh. Yoshi quickly. There we go. Now, if we can just get around him quickly here, then we can just go for the clown car as immediately as we're able. Yoshi, please. Oh, that's not how I want to dismount. Or that. That's okay, we still have the shell. We're fine. Except I need to wear it. Okay, watch this. Watch what? Watch this. Okay. Nope. All that work. We almost had that too. That was very nearly a save. We didn't have so much trouble with this earlier. I think I'm just trying to rush through it to get to the part that we are trying to work on, which is not this part. Okay. Snipe him off early. Nope. It's not for the helmet. We still have one. Nope, no we don't. Okay, we need to do it the way we did before. Just use dry bones to unstack and take things up patiently. Yeah, let's just do it the way we did it before. That was much better than all of the stuff that we've been trying. Grab the dry bones first. Use that for the projectile as soon as we are able. And yeah, unstack that way. Get the clown card down first instead of going too soon. Look at that, so much cleaner, almost. Almost. Yeah, much better to just do it that way. Let's not mess around, let's just go for the dry bones every time. Trying to overcomplicate things here. Okay, let's wait for the burner timing. We'll wait an additional cycle because I don't want to deal with it so much. Okay. Close one. Yeah, let's wait for this shot on the bottom before we go, and then... Now we're at least out of range of any projectiles. Nope. No, 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 no.
Oh no!
Unfortunately, we didn't punch through the middle there, and so the top left block remained in place, and we bumped against it when I was out of propulsion, so that was too bad, because we just cut across cleanly through the middle instead of trying to hug the wall. That would have been fine. Yeah, that works out well in terms of the pattern for getting there, and just going back to our original and much better boss method, as well as just getting the cannonballs out of the way completely by the time we try to do the punch through hard blocks at the end. It's basically, oh, star. You're going to get to do a little bit of it. One hit with Yoshi, one hit with the ascent with the propeller. Let's just go back there and do it, and then not get smushed in the next segment when we just need to be cautious. Okay. Yes, let's grab the bones. That's the original strategy that we still kind of like. Okay, then... Good. Relatively clean. Relatively clean. Let's get out. Yeah, much better to do it that way. Trying to get too fancy here. Whoa! And here. Let's wait for the burners and go. We're going to try to trail behind the lower cannon shot here. And get all projectiles out of the way. No, everything. Yeah, that happens every time that we just manage to get too close to the wall and get caught in the corner. It's the Yoshi dismount that's the problem there. In fact, the fact that you kind of get a back diagonal on the Yoshi dismount, which I always found felt very excessive compared to what the dismount felt like in the original games, or at least in Super Mario World. I don't know if it actually felt that way in New Super because I can't remember that well, but it always threw me off that because of the physics line up in the main game styles, that do you get that NSMBU dismount in the Super Mario World style as well, and that just huge jump off of Yoshi's back. And of course here we're playing in the NSMBU style, and still is something I keep failing to account for, that the dismount from Yoshi takes you that far. It's alright, let's push through. Okay. Nope, let's be careful here and also grab the bones. And also keep the bones. Then unstack everything. Let this guy come down, if you please. And then... Oh, nope, lost the helmet. Stood a little too close to Junior there. Well, we need to go down anyway to grab it again. Anyway, let's try to do this cleanly. Grab bones first, unstack, get this guy down, jump nice and high, and then it's a matter of not taking damage as we try to get out of here to the clown car. I mean, as long as you get back on Yoshi quickly, the damage is not an issue, but easier said than done. Okay, we need to be really careful with it. Never mind. Got a bit of a corner bump there. Alright. Anyway, let's make it through here. Oh, that's okay. We'll just leave the star there until we need it. And use it quickly. Use it or lose it. Let's not take damage to Spike Top just from dropping back down on top of it. Okay, we can do that too. Nope. No, we can't. Because then we lose the helmet. Oh yeah, we totally forgot to grab the dry bones that time. That's fine. We'll just jump on top of this guy and get the clown car immediately. Look at that. That was so efficient. It's not entirely intentional. I was going to wait for the next burner pass. It might be a bit of a lengthier wait than I expected, but that's okay. We've got it now. Yoshi's still holding something. Didn't really even think about what. Might be the bones, might be something else. Doesn't matter because what you... Oh, come on.
Oh no!
Yeah, the lack of wall jump coming out of the propeller is something we're really feeling here. And you know what? Because it is something that you can do with a wall jump, we shouldn't use the propeller boost in the first place. We should just wall jump out of it the normal way. And at least once. And thank you so much for the follow. Okay, let's try this again. And yeah, let's down here. Yeah, man, you know, this would be easier if I were playing on a proper controller instead of just using a keyboard operated by a cat. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, I'm thinking that we don't want to get the propeller boost out of the Yoshi dismount, but then we need to be pretty exact with our inputs if that's the case. Okay, unstack this. Might as well get him down from here. Whoa! That's okay, we're still fine. Just need to not take damage until we get back on Yoshi. I said not take damage until we get back on Yoshi. There we go. Oh. Okay. Here we go.
Oh no!
Jumped out of a clown car too close to the ceiling and Yoshi just slipped out from the ceiling immediately. That was unfortunate. Yeah, I didn't realize that I wasn't in that column yet, and so we jumped too close. Somewhat tight margins coming into these ascents that we see in location that has been causing me problems. But let's do it properly this time. Pretty long ways with a start, not going to be able to keep it much further than that point. Nope, let's just wait, and then... Close enough. Hang on. Nope, 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 reset, reset. Probably should prioritize getting back to Yoshi whenever possible. Too. Oh, that works too. He just took out the clown car for me. Okay, that works. It's just that we need to get in the clown car now, which is going to be something a little bit touchy until we do it. Well, that was very effective. I'm glad Bowser Jr. is taking such pity on us to assist us with the clown car entry. Okay, you can bounce, but then we don't want to stand too close for the rest of it. Okay, now this is the moment here that is a concern. Yeah, you need to go immediately from the jump off the grinder into smashing the first column right there, and then... Past that point, you do the first... bump to take that out, I guess, and then do a normal jump to a wall jump, and then if you need at that point, switch back to spin to take the propeller up. See, the first time I actually got there, we had not encountered this problem whatsoever, only to get smushed by the swamp in the next segment, but... Yeah, so it didn't even occur to me early on that this would be a potential issue. It's okay. Let's let this come over. And take out this brick because it's not like we need it for anything. And up we go. let's go back up. What are we even holding? Bones? Okay, good. Just checking. Weave our way around. Okay, that was mildly stylish. And burner pattern is going to get us through right away. Let's be very careful to dismount over here. Not hug this too tightly. We go too low for that matter. There we go, finally. That was a really close one too with that final push. Oh, let's be very, very cautious. Well, we'll take out the one that we can. Then, I don't know how required the power-ups are at this stage. We'll definitely at least need this one. Actually, maybe they're not required because Bowser will just break stuff for me. Wait a minute, but then we need damage boost over here. Don't tell me we need damage boost over here. We do.
Oh no!
There actually is a power-up check that makes you small at the end. I mean, that would not have happened to somebody, you know, called up Kiavik and got him to playtest this. He would never stand for this. It's alright, I mean, we just didn't see it coming. Like, obviously, I think in some ways the level will sort of switches gears by the time you get into the Bowser fight. And up to that point, most things are recoverable if you take damage or lose a power-up. And then from the Bowser fight on, you kind of need to be perfect. And moreover, you need to assume going into each segment that you need to be perfect, which... Oops. Is mostly just kind of surprising, because it's just a change from the norms of the level up to that point. So... On the other hand, a full reset from a fight like this is probably okay because, you get a pretty reasonable damage buffer from Yoshi, and one thing we do often talk about is how you kind of want to earn your way back to a power-up if you are going to get an infinite supply to retry boss, so... Definitely see the intention behind that was balanced, and... how that was balanced, rather. Yeah, getting Bowser into the car was a bad idea, but that's okay. We got him out quickly, and only to lose the helmet. Okay, fine, let's redo it. Yeah, because you don't want to fly all the way to the right side just to discover blatantly that, oops, we need the helmet. Just like how we discovered earlier that we do, in fact, want Yoshi to play here. Nope. Let's really stop doing that off-screen. But I can't even see my target. I keep assuming that I'm going to get on top of the clown card, and we miss every single time, so... okay. Make no bones about it. Nope. Okay. Once again. Okay, that's fine. We didn't lose anything to that. And, well, I mean, this is not the part I'm worried about. Even the one run that we made successfully through the Yoshi dismount earlier felt a little bit threatening, so not clean and tidy at all. But here, at least we can solve for a bit since we no longer have bullets that are live on the screen. And here we just want to not lose the clown car and not take a dive. Okay, moment of truth again. hardest thing on the level, probably. No.
Oh no!
That actually is the hardest thing on the level, by quite a long shot, I would say. Maybe we're missing some obvious method for it, but it is consistently the thing that is most worrisome. Going into that segment. Well, I mean, we just haven't been back there often enough to really have a clean method for it. It's a good thing I actually did bother to check the soft checkpoint. Even though we'd done a reasonable job of getting up to the boss fight continuously at that point. Whoops. Hang on. Up we go. Okay, let's do it again. And let's do it again. That's okay, we didn't get very far. We broke everything. Nope. Yeah, we really need to stop trying to go for it off screen. I don't think he's really even killable off screen the way I'm trying. Keep assuming that I'm just going to bounce on top of him. It has not worked even once, I think. Go off screen like that. You know, bouncing on top of the spiny is actually not bad. Except we got whacked by hammers. Okay, let's go back. Oh, totally forgot to drive bones. That's okay. We just prioritize the clown car if we can. Okay, that's fine. Let's just grab Yoshi quickly. No. Let's not take too much damage as we try to get back to Yoshi. Nope. Let's not miss him every time. Would kindly come back. Okay. And okay, much better, much better. We'll just stun him long enough to get out of there. Never quite feels tidy, but we don't care as long as we get out. Okay, let's block some bullets. So don't need to worry about that too much. There we go. That was something I didn't know would succeed until we did it. Because that one never really quite feels great. Flop immediately. Then yeah, we basically need to get out cleanly, and Bowser Fire can eliminate a lot for me in advance, but we shouldn't rely on that too much. Yeah, it actually is a damage check. Each one of these is a damage check. There's no avoiding it, so we might as well just let some Bowser Fire do his job, I guess. Yeah, we do need to lose the helmet through the side, for sure. And just try to use our invincibility frames as quickly as we can, too. Okay. This is fine, this is fine. Now let's watch the burner pattern. That's the main thing here. Heartbeats all over. Anyway, let's party. So yeah, it's pure power-up check at the end, and that's okay. It means that we actually did have some flexibility to be hit. Obviously, letting Bowser take care of some of the bricks beforehand was useful. And we're going to see that again later in the checkpoint version, but having learned most of this, I actually wonder if in the checkpoint version there still exists a soft checkpoint shortcut or anything like that, because maybe that's a change that will require us to play through the first segment again, but that's okay. We'll get there and we'll find out what has changed and just chart the evolution of this somehow. Anyway. Of course, it does mean I have to deal with that Yoshi jump again, unless it was cleaned up or revised in some fashion, but we broke the unbreakable. Egg carrier Yoshis. Let's carry some eggs. Thank you so much again, Mang, for all the GGs. I felt like I eventually earned those. Anyway, resets. Which tells me that something critical can be lost. Probably the egg. And I guess we just switch Yoshis as we go or something? Must be. Yeah. So, looks like the central concept here is just picking up eggs, and we can do that. Can't we? Nope, hang on. So what is this telling me? Spit and then jump? Jump much later, perhaps? I mean, the spit goes pretty far, so... we will see, just need a little more time on that. Let's see the spit from stationary first, just to see how far it goes. Oops. Yeah, we need to go a little further than that, just... There we go, that's much cleaner. And yet another reset. Got a big one this time. And I guess we just bounce it. And oh, I guess we were late. Do we reset? Quite possibly. No, we can just grab another one. Oh, nope. Thought I would just catch it. Okay, let's try it again. There we go. And... some more Yoshi checks. And we continue. Look at this very dead-looking creature over here. Someone didn't spit out an egg. Okay, so this is telling me egg in a clown car, and we have to lead it through. That's gonna be escort. Probably. Is it here? Yes, let's escort it, and then we'll eventually grab this egg. Once we lead it down the maze. I feel like we needed to... well, there's a 2 Yoshi limit. Okay, no. I misread that. I was thinking that... yeah, we did need to drop back down to the first one. In order to... yeah, because eventually we'll lead it all the way up through the maze, and then we'll be able to get another Yoshi to grab the egg and spit it out to the next segment. But we would need to get a Yoshi over here, so this is going to be reset. We just need to leave the second Yoshi up top. That's the main thing. We understand that now. Yeah, because maybe at that point you get out of range of the first Yoshi, and then you don't have quite as many issues from there. Yeah, because once you've gained enough distance to be out of range of the first Yoshi, then we can spit out this one and hatch it. So let's just go back down, lead it over, and come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Let's just stand here for a moment. If it would like to bounce over, that would be great. There we go. And then... wait, why would we do that when we can just ride this first one? Oh, oh, okay, no. It had to be over here. Yeah, no. I was thinking, like, why would we spit it there? We can just ride the Yoshi. Well, that's why we have to redo it. Let's get ahead for a moment. Yeah, no, you just need to catch up to the egg and ride the next Yoshi. That's all there is to it. Totally misread that. Let's just get everything back in position. That might be the most efficient way to do this. And spit. Escort it over. Make our way across steadily. And down. Let's stand on top of here this time. So we can lead it over slowly. And we'll keep the egg. Want me to go up? Yeah, and then we'll just catch up. And up. There we go. But wait, there's more. And this one we bounce up the column, I guess. Unless... Yeah, I guess we bounce up the column and then... Because if you jump off Yoshi, you don't make enough height, but... Oh, no. It's not that. We bounce ourselves up. I mean, Mario bounces up. Wait a minute, what's going on? Let's see. Yeah, that's definitely... Whoops. Yeah, that's definitely it, and then you go up the right side column to catch up to it. I read it correctly, we just had a bit of an accidental squeeze there. That happens. That's okay, we've seen all the relevant knowledge checks at this point. Yeah, we've seen enough of that sideways spring bouncing to make one to know that was immediately clear as a solution, but we'll just have to get back to it first. Anyway, let's continue this way. Reset. Grab this guy. Grab some 1-ups for 100 Mario. Or not. And drop right out. Okay, got back here in pretty short order. Now that we know what we're doing. Move this over. And back. Yeah, there's that huge dismount I was talking about that always felt kind of excessive coming from actual Super Mario World. But of course, you know, there's so many changes in the engine that should just be second nature to us now, given that I've played much more Maker than original mainline Mario at this point. Just go back and get it. Is it coming up or not? Oh no, we just need to grab it down here then, I guess. No, we just need to grab it down here. Maybe not like that. Nope. Well, that's not what I'd hoped would happen. But I guess we'll just go down and... You know what? We can just make platforms with this. Why are we doing this? We can just make platforms. And just jump on these guys instead. And just unstack slightly. And just grab an egg over here and you know, jump up. I bet we can do it. Except we... Oh, we still need an egg at this point, could we? Well, then we'll just kill a Yoshi and then... Hang on, let's get one Yoshi into a safe position. This was the one from the egg, so we... let's... get the dismount correct. Okay. Hang on. We kind of need to move both over one at a time. Or we can just use the reset door, you know, but who wants to do that? Did I pick the right one here? Egg, please. There we go. Okay. And we'll just go up this way. Hang on. There we go. Much better. Look at that. Alternate solution achieved. Of course, now we need to get this one. I can't see the ground here, so... Oh, yeah, no, I was supposed to catch it down here. I see. I'm making this so stressful to watch. Yes, of course I am. Alright, let's just reset anyway. I probably should have reminded myself just how far I am in this level. Okay, no, you know what? We're doing it my way. Let's unstack a little further this time now. By one, so we just don't totally get bounced. Okay, this should be fine. Should be comfortable. See? Much better. Now, we... Oh, yeah. Jump up this way. Catch the other Yoshi. Come down and race the egg. There we go. See? Totally works. I knew it was the same thing as the first time we saw the conveyor drop earlier in the level. I thought the timing was going to be fine. It was not fine. But that's the goal. That's the end right there, so... Yeah, a little jump off the end. Yoshi is a little bit better when it comes to timing. I mean, that was a bit of a tight landing still on that attempt. But we made it. Okay, let's do it again. Oh yeah, down. That's right. And let's remember to keep the egg this time. Yes, right, let's do this once again. Because the egg grab on the other side is actually a little bit of a reach. I'd prefer to do it this way. Notice the spring collisions here, how they just kind of expand like that. I can tell you that's definitely not what happens in Maker 2. That was maybe not the way I should have squeezed the controller, but yeah, pure input error on my part. Yeah, we made it pretty far though. I mean, that was just the last, well, second to last thing that we needed to deal with, so. But yeah, we do still need to grab the egg accurately at the end. That's rather required. Anyway, let's try this again. And we'll lead it back. Well, it kind of reminds me of the great egg robbery level that Ragnarok X made in for YMM, which was also just egg escorts everywhere. I mean, this feels like it was kind of a separate take on a concept years ahead of time. But it's kind of interesting to see how early this concept was already being worked on in 2015. Alright, let's... And moreover, that things are spaced in such a way in this level that whether you're aware of the 2 Yoshi spawning limit or not, it never actually matters. Simply because you give yourself enough space between Yoshis before it ever becomes relevant. Okay. Miss. That's okay. At least we are still alive. Let's do it again. No, let's dump it. And hopefully not bounce ourselves into a pit just by doing this. Okay, this is still respawning on. this location, so that's good. There we go, much better. You know, I just need to spit and then stay back a little bit longer and wait for that thing to hatch. We don't need to jump on the same go, necessarily. I was still in the habit of doing that because of how the same obstacle appeared earlier, except we had more headroom to jump in this first area. Much more headroom. Oh, whoops, that was too late to spit as well. Speaking of which. No, that was a pretty bad shot. Okay, let's continue. But yeah, we can be relatively patient about it on the next spit and let the conveyor move me around a little bit before we proceed. Rashad, Visser, your final game before the shutdown 3DS and Wii U, Wii Federation Force. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, you might as well get it in while you can. Yeah, I guess, you know, I realized belatedly I'm going to be missing out on Triforce Heroes as far as 3DS Online content goes. I remember I actually did play some of that Blast Ball demo for Federation Force back when it was first revealed. And of course, when it was first revealed at the same Nintendo World Championships where Mario Maker also made a big splash. They didn't tell anybody that it was a Metroid game. They just said, you know, here's a little multiplayer thing called Blast Ball. And then people who know Metroid Prime Hunters on a DS kind of immediately recognized some of the interface similarities and thought, oh, okay, they're actually doing some kind of Hunters 2 on 3DS. And then, of course, the next day, they revealed Federation Force, and the rest, as they say, is history. And, okay, no, let's do this with my method again, because I like it. And, you know, we gave an honest crack at the intended method before on this, so I don't feel bad about doing it this way. It's there, and we'll take it. Much less bouncy. It saves a couple of steps. Nope, missed it. It's a difficult catch, and it is a big reset if you miss it. Also because of that one-way panel column in the middle that just kind of enforces that you can't just bring a Yoshi back here for an egg. But I guess that way you at least don't lose track of which Yoshi's which egg. You know what, let's do it the proper way for once. Let's just see if we can. I was hoping to grab it up here, but I guess we just... Yeah, you see, the more you unstack it, the harder it is to pick it up, right? So... Yeah, you see? No point in doing it this way. Wonder how many of the existing clears just use my method instead, because it's much, much cleaner. Anyway, let's go back. No. Remarkably tricky. Pretty close to the end, though. We have seen the gold tape already. And let's do this once more. I was wondering, just given the strangeness of how one-way panels work in this game, if we could just kind of build a staircase to get out of this issue that we have with the... Did I unstack too much? I think I did. No, we didn't. Build a staircase to get out of the one-ways there, but I think we kind of despawn it by the time we get this far, so... There we go, finally. Okay, now let's spit, but also let it hatch. There we go, finally. Yeah, because it is a lower ceiling here by a tile or two compared to the equivalent conveyor belt segment earlier, which is why trying to jump cleanly as you come off the belt is something that was not working. But we made it. 145 world record, very good. We are nowhere close to that. Thank you for the GGs. In life, there might be times when you're unsure what to do next. But just like when making a course, it's all about trial and error. Very appropriately timed notification from Nintendo just to remind us of that principle as we play through these levels. The Pits and the Pendulums. For those of you who know, you are Edgar Allan Poe. Let's see what it is. I see chomps in the title image. Probably pendulum chomps in some way. We'll see. Okay. And we're totally going to miss that. Is this going to give me a mushroom to retry? Yes, it is. Very generous. And yeah, we have to kind of do multiple spins on top of it to ride it across. But a very safe location to practice it. High jumps are better. Let's wait here. We missed the first opportunity. We'll just let it come down again. I think we just probably ride it all the way up, even though the right side is accessible, probably just as a reset. We should have spun over these. That's okay. And we'll take the lift down. Little assistive power up here is very much appreciated. Oh, I love how this makes use of that momentum build-up as it spawns in, and this actually does remind me quite a bit of some of the things that Kiavik does with claw momentum, in fact, with that one level early on in Maker 2 that was all about kind of jumping out of claws immediately to make use of that initial propulsion you get off of them. Not the same mechanic, but you can see there's a kind of similar interest in that. Should we go over? Yeah, of course we should. Then this one will go under. Sneak our way across. Now, that looks like a reset door. Or is it? Maybe not. But we'll see. What's this guy all about, I guess? Shove it over here. Do we want to bump him to just kind of get him swinging? Yes, that actually is it. Now that's really neat. Just showing you the pendulum swings ahead of time and then showing you how to get it moving after that. That's very satisfying. And then here is showing you that the high bounce, if you maintain momentum, should be able to get you up top. Very nice. And then yeah, this is going to be another bump over here. I guess we might have needed to wind it up. And yes, there's the goal right there, so very interesting. But we'll need the helmet over here. Now the thing is, do they stay loaded in that position to run tracks? Yeah, I guess I see why there's a reset door, in case it's way out of sync in a way that compromises your ability to beat it. I feel like we should be able to make it over here. No, we can't. But yeah, everything stays moving, even though we're covering such distances. Like, the loading is actually not an issue at all here, which is nice, although I feel like the reset doors definitely exist to correct for something there. Also notice this slot in the top left corner here. Was that where we dropped in earlier? I think it was. No. But yeah, very clever. We can see the gold tape already too. So it's just all about this one idea I didn't actually think we'd hit that time. We don't care. We got it. Yeah, they are on tracks and they stay loaded, I know. But it's kind of interesting that it does maintain the momentum as well as you get out of there. Which I guess is sensible because, you know, the object is just going to remain loaded like that, like it has its existing movement preserved. But yeah, very interesting. For a short little concept like that. Very popular, as you can see from this one. Definitely must have been a surprise to people at the time. This was before the checkpoint patch too. So it's still very early on in Maker 1. Speaking of the checkpoint patch, let's see how quickly we can redo it in case there is anything different that might be worth observing, that might have changed. I'm definitely kind of curious, although I'm already a little worried about that particular moment with the Yoshi helmet later. And also, we will come back here and check to see if the soft checkpoint still exists. Well, this looks familiar. Because I don't know if anything would have changed with this level other than just being re-uploaded with checkpoints. And that's what we're here to find out. We'll check the spot for the start in just a moment, in case there's any point to the backtracking. Still here? Just so legacy players aren't disappointed. Go back and we'll see if there actually is anything up here. Just out of curiosity, there isn't. I mean, we may have been able to tell that from the main screen as well, but I'm kind of glad there are some coins here just to, you know, give you something to do if you did think that was worth checking. That's okay, we'll progress through the main part of the level as we have done before, and we'll get to the real checkpoint this time, I guess. Doesn't mean that this level is no longer as protected against people who might instinctively hit start over. That's okay, we didn't need a propeller at this point anyhow. We'll get it in the next room. We'll just do this one again. If we somehow die in the early segment, we'll just make use of the star next time as well, just to through all this. And we know how this is going to go. This is all unchanged. I don't know if it is any modification, but we haven't seen any. Other than checkpoint change. We've still got it. Now let's not get squished. Yeah. Okay, no, we kind of lost it. Because we do need to be at least big. Is it still the same level as before? That's okay, let's just go back. For a quick color. I feel like we've gotten to know this level pretty well over the last little while, so we should hopefully not take too long with it. Given that at the end of the level, damage boosts start becoming required as power-up checks. Taking damage on the thwomp here suddenly doesn't look so out of place. And here it is, checkpoint flag 1. Sooner than I expected, actually. But that makes sense because of the squish death. That's actually a very well-placed checkpoint, specifically because of the squish death that we knew about and nevertheless didn't avoid. Yeah, and the location for checkpoint 2 is pretty obvious, just given how it was previously done. Yeah, we'll just wait. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that the clear rate on this one wasn't actually that much more than the original. I guess no matter how many checkpoints you put in, you still have to deal with that Yoshi jump moment at the end, which is by far the biggest threat. Whoa, oh, let's get out. Anyway, now let's get through here. Whatever, you can still kind of cheese it. Not this segment, but, you know, later. Okay, grab that. Pop that out a little bit early. Pop that guy as well. And yeah, it's pretty much the same as before, just with the checkpoint placement. I mean, I'm glad we're seeing it. Hopefully we don't spend as long on the Yoshi jump as we did earlier, but getting back to that segment will be a little quicker. I don't think the music silencing happened here last time, did it? I don't remember. I know there were some sound effects like a heartbeats already in the previous version, but yeah, due to subworld restrictions, checkpoint is just placed here. Will we still get a power-up room? Yes, we will. And yeah, this pipe that was previously just the outside checkpoint is just woven into this passage as a standardized entry point design. Is there anything on this pipe? Yes, it is actually just pipe stacking, so at this point it seems like Kiavik has learned about pipe stacking. We'll see if this remains relatively unchanged. I think it is pretty much the same level, I mean. So now we see if this is still... Oh, no. I guess not. That's okay, we'll get back and we're due to fight. That's okay, we know the level well enough to save that quickly. Coming in through the left pipe is totally going to throw me off. Change from something we've done so often before. Yeah, again, yeah, that never works. That literally never works. Like, we can't hit the guy off screen. I don't know if it's just actually mechanically impossible or if we keep missing, but it actually seems like we can't hit him off screen. Just not in view. Oh, forgot to get the bonus. That's okay. So let's let this come down, and then lose Yoshi again, and then lose everything once more. It'll be funny if Kiavik comes back here after a lengthy absence from watching me wipe out on this again and again in a previous level, and he doesn't know that I'm actually playing the checkpoint version now. Just has the impression that I've been on this for the past 2 hours or so. Let's fight here. Anyway, we'll get through it. We learned it. Let's see if we've learned it consistently. Not that the clears particularly matter at this point, but it would be nice to get 100%, so... Okay, that felt like I was flying low, but... Oh, no. I thought we had enough room to bop that, but... I guess not. Yeah, faster at this point to just take the death. Reset the fight, since we'd have to do that anyway. Yeah, we should have just jumped at it quickly. I thought I had enough room to pick up the red bullet from below, but or from above. You know what? Why don't we just kill him with the bones? It's much easier. Why didn't I think of that before? That's significantly more convenient. Because then you can do it quickly while he's actually still out of range for the jump. Should have considered that. Okay, now here's... Yeah, this is unchanged, which is a concern. I guess we just keep bouncing on this repeatedly. No, we don't.
Oh no!
That looked promising for a moment because we at least took out one of the blocks, but... Oh, no, not this way.
Oh no!
That's what happens when you just run right out of a checkpoint all the time, even though you know the level well. Okay, let's do it again. Whoops. And nope, let's go back. Well, if we can get through the Yoshi jump, the rest should be fine. The Yoshi jump is seriously the main concern, and has been all this time. At this point we could just kill Junior, I think. Nope. Thought I could twirl there for a moment. Not the case. Hey, that was a spectacular move there. Double kill. Now I feel like this attempt has to be worth it. Yeah, that's one of those fights that just looks different every time because we... so much we can do with it. Letting this bullet stay alive is a bad idea. Let's get out of here. Nope, too low.
Oh no!
I thought I could get enough of a flutter that time. Oh, that's too bad because that attempt actually had such a great double kill on the clown car and on Junior. Oh, nope, propeller. Yeah, you know what? As I was saying before, let's take out the clown car with the bone shell. If we survive with Yoshi first, that would be nice. Nope. Did I say bone shell? I meant just dry bones projectiles. Much better, except of course losing Yoshi at the end. Yeah, let's just, you know, skip over Junior and then hit that guy with the bones. And yeah, get bullets out of the way if we can. And then now here comes the hard part. Nope, this...
Oh no!
Yeah, that's not great. It's funny because it's actually easier if it's a single column, I think, because then you get constrained within the column. Okay, let's try this again. Of course, Junior's just on this level now. And we lost the bones that I wanted to use up here, but at least Junior's out of the way and not causing quite as much of a nuisance. Come on. Get out. Come on. No. There we go. That was a bit of an accidental touch there to get out of the car, but we're back. Let's not deal with too many bullets on the way. Yeah, we'll just get rid of these first. Avoid issues. There we go. That was too close. No, 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 no.
Oh no!
Okay, that was cleaner than usual. Much cleaner. Let's see if that holds true for the second part as well. Yeah, get rid of this stuff. And the last one. Just minimize complication. Nope, overshot.
Oh no!
Yeah, that exit there is pretty rough, but hang on. Oh, missed. That's okay. We just need Yoshi. Then we can get out. This is not the part that worries me. Let's get down here, just make sure no bullet spawns are coming, and then we'll play a little bit of missile command over here and get rid of all that. Let's wait for the next cycle, patiently. Oh, no. How did that happen?
Oh no!
Why did I even get shot by that time? Oh yeah, we might have stalled there too long, thinking that I could just deflect the helmet. Okay, that was much cleaner. Unusually tidy. As you can see, already kind of within range of Bowser fire up there. Not something we usually have to deal with unless we get in really close. Nope. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Finally. Now let's not choke. We'll just take it very patiently, and we know that it's going to be a damage boost the rest of the way, so we just try to rush through it as often as we can. Now, if Bowser Fire could break this for me, that would be great. That does make things slightly more convenient. That happens. Yeah, much better. And we'll have to take damage through here anyway, so we'll just do that. And we just need to be very careful with the burner pattern at the very end. Very careful. No accidental spins or anything. And get out of here quickly before the burner reactivates, and then that's it. Celebration. Well, I mean, we broke the Unbreakable twice, which is good. We've still got it. Yeah, that Yoshi propeller bit, though, that is still something I'm probably not able to do very consistently. Didn't he say something about not playing the Looney Tunes music level? If that's what this is. We don't care, we're playing it. A familiar old tune. Oh, it's Shell Ride, okay. And then... yeah, that was missing a note the second time. But wait, what's that telling me? Let's see. Probably a jump that I'm supposed to make at some point? Let's see. Yeah, you think he said please play it? Yeah, we know exactly which note is missing here. It's 2 blocks to the left of the last one here, so maybe an up arrow. Oh, maybe it's just your scroll position going up to that point. Maybe it's as you hear it, like on a shell. You know what? We're going to reload through it because I want to make sure we understand what's going on. We actually did know right away which was missing. But And we just jump at the point. Yeah, exactly. We just jump at a missing note. I feel like you would basically have to hear it at least once through before you are able to do it, but that's okay. That's just a concept. Now, replay it. Okay. No, hang on. I missed it. No, I knew which one I was going for. I just missed it. But yeah. Hang on. Yeah, my pitch memory is pretty good, and kind of has to be for a number of reasons, but we seem to have missed something, though. We were supposed to dunk something. Ah, yeah, no, because there was an extra note in there. And we have to dunk something at some point that will clear the blaster. Yeah, no, I know it. I know what we did. Now replay it. Does it let me listen to it a second time? I mean, it does let you out over here. Voila. Yeah, no, because we actually skipped a note when we played it this time. And I saw exactly which one it was and where it was placed. And I just kind of stored it in memory in my head. I didn't know if it would be relevant. So it basically enforces that you have to play it all. Whoops, no, hang on. Yeah, the spacing threw me off a little bit because we... Yeah, that's exactly it. We missed a note. And I knew it, because it was a note that was added from the previous nation and melody. And so we actually just need to wait until everything opens up. Yeah. Okay. And go. There we go. Unless you want to go for the 8th note down below and just take a death, but... Yeah, I've actually played this style level quite a few times in Maker 2 as well. Including some that are, you know, more theoretically complex, like chord identification and such. Seems like there's a very precise audience for that. Is that actually a familiar old tune? I was trying to place it. He said something about Looney Tunes, and the thing is that maybe he's talking about a different level because the... No, I don't think he's talking about a different level. Because I know my Looney Tunes music pretty well, and that is not what I recall, but that's enough to work with. That's not all, folks. We're going to go on a little bit further with Mario's silly makeshift cars. Get ready. Hey, we're going to see a car level. Get ready, pit stop. Or alternatively, get pit ready stop if you have the pit costume from Kid Icarus. I think it's probably just get ready, pit stop. But anyway, let's see it. Oh, it's not actually Mario Kart. It is Riding Munchers. That works. And I think the fuzzy helmet is just a little bit of damage protection for the time being. I don't see that we're using it for anything yet. Oh. Vehicle to spread a little bit. We could use the fire flower to actually hit stuff. That might have been useful. So we don't get hammered. Before the hammers just get run over by a vehicle, which is oddly satisfying. To see them run over like that's not where I expected that to go. That's okay, we made it. Just no fire flower, that's all. Wonder if there is a bonus if you do keep the fire flower up to this segment, but I guess that would allow you to deal with some of these guys. Whoop. Nope. And ride the Buzzy a little longer there. That was just something you needed to. Pretty quickly, but doable. Yeah, we need to consistently stay on 1/2. Oh yeah, no, that just breaks off, so. And we do need to take this guy out. What else do we need to do here? Does anybody let the vehicle through? I mean, we need to... Feels like something was supposed to let it through at that point. But we'll see. Anyway, let's not get caught by the splits. Yeah, I think I did miss my ride. That's okay. Whoops. Hang on. Okay, Fireflower gets us back in position. Let this take us up a little bit here. And just use the fire flower. Oh yeah, here's a shell. Okay, I didn't see the shell. The escape vehicle. Anyway, pit stop. Very necessary. And let's keep going. Exclamation marks. Just in case you were, surprised by the speed of this, but I guess we just die here. Very well placed exclamation marks. Yeah, we just need to ride it out. Oh, nope, missed a ride. I love how you get this POW that just drops into that location. Like it was throwing me a life raft or something, but... Unfortunately, life rafts are only good for water. Not so good for cars, whoops. We're behind pace. Yeah, you really can't experience any drag here because... you just fall behind immediately. Hey, accuracy. Oh, look at that. Whoop. Not accuracy. So, well, that explains where that POW just flying off the vehicle was coming from. It just crashes out like that. Yeah, let's get to the front so we have a little bit of room for error. Hope we get some kind of bonus for keeping the shellman. Oops. Yeah, that's way behind at that point. Just got run over. Nope. Something also tells me this kind of stack doesn't work in Maker 2 as well. But I know that there's so many changes when it comes to momentum transfer between different enemy objects that are stacked. But we would have to check that in the editor at some point. Because there's a bunch of this stuff with muncher stacking that can't be replicated. Yeah, this would just crush the Buzzy. Yeah, exactly. And I remember that being the case with a lot of things involving offset muncher stacks riding on a lot of other elements as well. That... Oops. Whoop. Or we could just punch the POW and then... Oh, we're really stuck. Actually, specifically, if we punch the POW, we are SD locked. Again, they really should have gotten Kiavik to test this and pick up on that kind of thing. Oh, I was trying to recreate that. Yeah, and car crashes are one of the worst kinds of SD locks in real life. Now, of course, you do need to be aligned with everything spawning out the track if you are dropping out here to get everything properly timed for the blaster shot. There we go. Hey, look at that, we almost made it. Except I couldn't get to jump off the POW at the very end there because we were kind of displaced in the air and falling towards the stack, so no possibility of jumping out of that one once we fell off initially. Oh, got nudged a little there. There we go, almost lost that, but we got it. Yeah, getting up front is a good idea, in general. Oh, lost too much momentum here. Whoop. And, okay. Look at all those skulls at the end. Yeah, because if you look at this carefully, if you see everything that you're running into in that segment, it is kind of like you're driving into traffic and driving against other vehicles as well that have the... I mean, that's true here as well. You're just kind of driving into somebody's tank or something. Grinders everywhere. Let's continue. Nope. That's one moment where you really do have to appreciate the SMM1 death animation, where Mario just kind of shrugs and says, well, I guess that's it for this level. Better luck next time. You know, if you do fall off, it's actually not that disadvantageous to just take damage and ride it out, except, of course, we don't get a power-up refresh in the next section, so the better we do here, the better we are in the next part of the ride. Because nothing specifically precludes just damage boosting everything, except that you are much worse off in the Next part going left or right. Okay, just about made it. Bit of an Indiana Jones moment there earlier where we wound up in front of the car and were run over, but managed to make it back on anyway. Yeah, just getting too far in front sometimes. Nope. Not even close. But we were definitely overshooting ahead when it came to the conveyor segment later, so we just have to control that jump and pull back slightly, although in general we don't want to be messing around too much with momentum. Still love the triple exclamation mark here as you get up into full speed. It's a really nice little touch. That was dangerous, that extra jump that I put in there at the end. And there we go. Bowser and his little cage on wheels there, not proving to be very effective. What a total car crash of a level. The Pits and the Pendulums, Part 2. Let's do it. It was a fun concept the first time. Let's see it elaborated upon. This time in an SMBU. And I guess that's just going to be spin wall jump after we grab a mushroom for safety. And the lift down is something that is a concept we remember from last time. This time we have wall jumps at our disposal, and that seems to be the main thing that we immediately notice is picking up from the NSMB style. And then this shows you the pendulum concept. Yeah, as with the first one, it's very effective at introducing the constituent parts of the concept before you get to manipulate things
Oh no!
with the buzzy helmet. This part here also reminds me of the pendulum level that was very late in NSMBU itself. If I'm thinking of the right one, I'm trying to remember if I'm thinking of NSMBU or Luigi U. I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of NSMBU. Like, one of the final challenge levels is the pendulum one. Not with chomps, of course, but with the spike ball pendulums. No, whoops. I was trying to spin there and I just kind of went off the ledge.
Oh no!
No, hang on. Let's be careful. And we'll ride it all the way down. It does stop at a height that requires us to use it as a lift. And yeah, shows us the first pendulum swing. And we haven't been able to do that one cleanly yet. I guess we just have to learn it eventually. Or not. We're not really required to, since we get a mushroom right away. So yeah, I guess that's a bit of a warning shot. You're not really required to beat that obstacle properly. Looking at this and sort of thinking about how the loading consistency was managed, we don't get a good look at it from where we're standing, but yeah, you just hold spin jump into that, everything just lines up and works out fine. That's a lot of chomping. Oh, whoops, didn't see this guy. We did see that guy, I just missed the spin. Nope. Hang on, that's okay, let's just go over. Yeah, I mean, we've been playing this pretty untidily and taking a lot of damage along the way, but it's a fairly gentle level about letting you do that, so... Yeah, we do need to go over to the other side so we can get the wall jump. And I am holding left all the way, but we do need to hit a slightly better timing. And I was trying to see if I could short bounce over, but no, we do need the full jump. Oh, that should have been a standard wall jump, obviously. And let's not lose momentum. Oops. And there we go. Yeah, this is one of those where you also just hold and go up to center and everything lines up properly. Same as before. Don't need to overcomplicate it. Or did we just go back to an earlier point? This looks so familiar. What, did we just go back? Or was this duplicated as a consistency check? The colors are different. And the coins have not been obtained. Is it just me, or did we just do the same room twice? Oops. Or the same kind of setup twice. Anyway, we're out of that. Consistency check, I suppose. Oh, whoops, and, well, we'll see what happens from checkpoint anyhow. Yeah, maybe there's a... Oh, yeah, they have wings, okay. The spacing a little bit different here, just minutely different. In a way that we weren't really picking up on earlier. Everything has wings, that's what it is. Everything's had its can of Red Bull or something. Yeah, so it's slightly different, but not so much to be a problem. Let's just go this way. Oh, yeah, we need to spin off of it to get a nice high wall jump off the left, I suppose. And a spin, obviously. Nope, was trying to aim for that and we just missed. I didn't quite know it was coming, so... Nope, that's okay. That's why there are mushrooms. Hey, look at that, and we will not hit the top of the flag.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
I guess we didn't get to play with the fuzzy helmet that time to set anything up, but not that the concept needs to be redundant or anything. It was much more about bringing this into NSMPU to give us the benefit of wall jumps. Mario's colossal Christmas tree. Let's see how big it gets. Pretty big looking at the trees that we see in the layout. Kind of a pre-Christmas level here in December 2015. Let's take a look. Might be the last one we do today, just due to time. And it will really take your time with the remainder next time, perhaps. Anyway, let's leave our home. This is a very common kind of bedroom setup too, or design rather. Lots of variations as that we've seen across many levels. People like giving Mario Maker a bit of a homey feel. Not a star at the top of the tree. But the snow effect on the tracks is kind of nice. Considering that we didn't really, have a snow theme at this point. Let's go back so we can get Yoshi. Yeah, I remember seeing the snow effect in Maker 1 for the first time and being pretty impressed with it. Yeah, man, Merry Christmas to you too. Now, there's a bottom path. Is it because this is a Sonic-style speedrun level? Or is it because we missed something interesting on top? Oh, we might as well check all the trees. Just see what's up here. And explore. Yeah, I guess the arrows kind of tell you. You can go up, you can go down. It really depends on whether you're in any sort of Christmas spirit. Oh, nope. Thought I could just duck under that guy. Nice to have a more accurate landing on Yoshi after some of the issues we had with the clown car fight earlier. Hey, look at that one up. It's exactly where I thought it would be. Always satisfying when you see that happen the way you want. Anyway, let's burn down the Christmas tree. That's naturally the thing you do. They even give us a fire flower on top of the tree just to reinforce that that is, in fact, the correct course of action. Yeah, kind of interesting to go back to Maker 1 and see how people made do with not having things like the ice theme back then, and how, nevertheless, the flexibility of Maker 1's aesthetic possibilities definitely made it look more artistically flexible, despite having fewer themes. Everything here, though, I think is generally doable in Maker 2, apart from perhaps some of the denser semi-solid stacking. I'm not sure. Let's take a look at the Wiggle segment before we say anything. Obviously, we want to try to survive with Yoshi for this. And we could climb the tree, but who wants to do that? I want to see if I can get up with Yoshi. There we go. There we are, that's much better. No. We're going to do it this way, though. We're not going to do it this way, though. Okay, fine. Well, if there's any kind of benefit to taking Yoshi through with us at some point, we should try it. But it looks like this is just a gigantic tree climb. Yeah, here, whoops, no. Maker 1 camera sniping us once again. Even though that's not the issue here, because of course, Maker 1 camera is not a problem so much when you have vine climb, since it does in fact scroll the camera with you. But the enemy placements are laid out in such a way that, you know, it's definitely permitting you to take Yoshi through. If you really wanted to do it, same mistake. Anyway. Let's mind our heads here this time, as we return. Okay, so yeah, nothing that we can reach up here, unless of course you have Yoshi. If you have Yoshi, you can actually proceed just a little bit further and probably even bounce off to Saws on the right. So I feel like we are going to go back through this level and try to check it with Yoshi. Just to mess around with it for a bit. Because of course it should be a climb. Oh, here's a gold tape though. I am curious as to whether we can conduct a tree climb with Yoshi, so we might actually go through it once more because, you know, Christmas only comes twice a year. Just going to check it. Like I said, this is likely the last one we're completing today. And next time we hopefully won't take as long as we did with the swamp level and the Yoshi fight earlier today. Not the Yoshi fight, but the, you know what I mean, the Yoshi sequence. Oh, no, we should have just taken the lower path instead of dying at Christmas. Oh, we're totally gonna die at Christmas. That's just what happens from time to time. You might remember that part from the film Home Alone. You know, we should have just grabbed a shell and just use that to clear space. Look at that. How convenient. And yeah, this is where there's a fire flower, and we know that because we set the tree on fire. Not that it's too useful when you are riding Yoshi, but that's okay. Okay, now here in this segment we'll try to get Yoshi out to the top. Very careful if we can. It's definitely made to be possible. We just need to watch our head on the spike segment later on. Oh no, hang on. There we go. Saved it. Nope, let's go for it again. There we go. Yeah, this guy here is a little tougher, but we can make it. It's definitely built to be a possibility. Let's, yeah, mind our head over here. And we should be, oh, no. Okay, so much for Christmas. We ruined it. That's okay, let's damage boost up there just to see what is up there, in case there is something. I mean, we've cleared it previously, we just wanted to scout. There's nothing anyway. Yes there is, yes there is. That's definitely a Yoshi segment to the top left. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. That is absolutely some kind of Yoshi secret. And I had noticed the grinder blades there previously as well, so that's probably why in the back of my mind I was thinking, okay, there's definitely a Yoshi path. Everything's built to permit it, so let's go for the fire flower here. Hang on, grab a plant for some better shooting. Set the tree on fire again. I learned that trick from a Charlie Brown Christmas. Not really, I don't think they set anything on fire, but... Okay, let's just be careful with this. There we go. And extra careful with our head on this too. We made it up top previously, we just weren't cautious after that, just because, once again, make it one camera. In fact, we can just go right. That is much easier. We just go by way of the clouds instead of trying to wrap away around up top. And then we take Yoshi over this way, carefully, carefully. Yeah, it's absolutely a secret. So are we going to get our Christmas cake? Or is it something else? Merry Christmas! There we go. Oh, I see. We get to use the POW to drop the Merry Christmas coin, so we can actually grab the POW successfully. And then everything will just bounce on us after that. More POWs, in fact. So yeah, let's drop it all in. The jingling effect from the coins is kind of a nice touch to it as well. That's something we've noticed with many Christmas levels in the past, but it's particularly nice as a little bonus over here. So, yeah, I mean, we weren't going to let this level go without seeing something like this, so glad we found it. And coming out of this fight, that drops you on the goal. I think we're not quite out of the woods with 2015 yet, because M-Type was built before the end of the year, and then Twin Snakes was in 2016, but yeah, only a couple of levels left, and of course, like I said, we had previously recorded all of the YMM1s, and I know I'd played some of these before, actually. Like I said, it's not really preserving the clear flags from many, many, many years ago, and I might not remember some of this anyway. But I think it makes sense at this point to continue next time. It's very tempting with not many levels remaining to just push on, but as with some of the previous makers, if we finish early, we'll try to tag on a smaller profile at the end after that. But other than that, we'll take our time and really show things off. So, yeah, kind of interesting to push through some of these early developments today and break the unbreakable twice, I guess, and see some of the concepts develop over time, over multiple levels. I think it's really with the pendulum levels that we kind of see a lot of the very recognizable elements of the Kiavik style emerge. I mean, you know, you definitely have some precursors to that too, particularly with the Boo Wall moment here in the Mysterious Phantom Wall, which was definitely very interesting. But in terms of, you know, that kind of focused conceptual level that teaches you the concept as it goes along and varies things up, that's where you really see the style come together. But one of the very interesting That's one of the very interesting things, rather, that we've seen with many of the profiles that we've gone over, particularly with the early levels in 2015, from a lot of makers, is just how quickly they explored different concepts and genres and tried to find their footing with what worked, and that's definitely the case for this profile as well. So, yeah, very rewarding too to have the maker present here earlier, so you could just bear with me as I wiped out again and again on certain things that really should have happened much faster. But I'm sure we'll get to repeat some of that experience again next time. So thank you again for watching, and we will pass you on somewhere else, and we will be back with more Maker 1 soon enough. Possibly some other things as well, but mostly Maker 1. Until next time, Merry Christmas. And we will send you somewhere else very shortly, so have a wonderful time with everything that you may be making, playing, watching, witnessing, struggling with, etc. And as always, fare thee well.